There are patterns in this world that defy conventional explanation. Ancient monuments aligned with mathematical precision across entire continents. Lost technologies that appear centuries before they should exist. Civilizations that rose and fell in perfect synchronization across the globe, despite having no known contact with each other. These aren't wild theories or internet conspiracies. These are documented anomalies that mainstream historians and archaeologists continue to debate without resolution. From a mysterious global grid pattern connecting our most sacred sites to mathematical principles that shouldn't have been known for millennia, tonight we're exploring strange coincidences in ancient history that simply cannot be ignored. Evidence that challenges everything we think we know about our past and might just rewrite our understanding of human civilization itself. Before we dive into it, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They make it more dynamic, but you can keep up with the stories strictly through the audio. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these perplexing mysteries. And if you'd like to support me making these videos, consider subscribing to the channel. Let's begin our journey through the strangest coincidences of the ancient world. Imagine standing in the scorching desert of Giza, gazing up at the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Now transport yourself across the Atlantic to the dense jungles of Mesoamerica, where the Pyramid of the Sun rises above the ancient city of Teotihuacan. Finally, journey eastward to the mist-shrouded mountains of China, where the massive white pyramid of Xi'an hides among the trees. 3 continents, 3 distinct civilizations, separated by vast oceans and impassable mountain ranges, yet all sharing a remarkable architectural vision, the pyramid. The question that has haunted archaeologists and historians for centuries is deceptively simple. How did these unconnected ancient cultures independently develop nearly identical monumental structures? The conventional explanation suggests convergent evolution, the idea that the pyramid is simply the most stable way to build tall structures with ancient technology. But does this explanation truly satisfy when we examine the evidence more closely? The Great Pyramid of Giza was constructed around 2560 BCE during Egypt's 4th dynasty. Standing at an original height of 481 feet, it remained the tallest human-made structure on Earth for nearly 4,000 years. What many don't realize is the extraordinary precision of its construction. The 2.3 million stone blocks, some weighing as much as 80 tons, were placed with such accuracy that the corners of the base have an error margin of just 2.1 centimeters, a feat that would challenge even modern builders. Half a world away, in what is now Mexico, the ancient city of Teotihuacan boasts its own marvel, the Pyramid of the Sun, built around 200 CE. Though constructed nearly 3 millennia after the Egyptian pyramids, without any known contact between these civilizations, the similarities are striking. Both structures were aligned with astronomical precision. Both served as monumental tombs or ceremonial structures. Both required advanced mathematical knowledge and organizational skills, far beyond what we typically associate with ancient societies. Even more puzzling is China's lesser-known pyramid complex near Xi'an. Historical records suggest these structures date to around 200 BCE, though they remain poorly studied due to government restrictions. What little research exists indicates these pyramids also demonstrate astronomical alignments similar to their Egyptian and Mesoamerican counterparts. The conventional narrative suggests these are independent inventions, different cultures arriving at similar solutions to the architectural challenge of building monumental structures. Yet the more we learn about these ancient builders, the more questions emerge about whether this explanation is sufficient. Consider the mathematical knowledge embedded in these structures. The Great Pyramid incorporates the mathematical constant pi in its dimensions, with its perimeter divided by twice its height equaling pi. The main structures at Teotihuacan reflect ratios found in the harmonic series used in music, suggesting advanced understanding of mathematical relationships. These aren't simple coincidences, but evidence of sophisticated mathematical thinking across supposedly isolated cultures. Some researchers have proposed more controversial explanations. Could there have been a now-lost mother culture that predated these civilizations, perhaps remnants of an advanced society destroyed in a cataclysm, with survivors carrying their architectural knowledge to different parts of the world? Others suggest the possibility of ancient transoceanic contact, with knowledge spreading through networks of trade and exploration far more extensive than mainstream history acknowledges. Perhaps most intriguing are the legends these cultures themselves tell about the origins of their pyramids. Egyptian texts credit their architectural knowledge to Thoth, god of wisdom. Mesoamerican myths speak of bearded visitors from across the sea who taught their ancestors mathematics and building techniques. Chinese legends tell of sky people who imparted wisdom to early rulers. While mainstream archaeology dismisses these origin stories as mere myths, we might ask whether they contain kernels of historical truth, perhaps memories of actual knowledge transfers from an unknown source, distorted through centuries of oral tradition. What if these cultures weren't as isolated as we've been led to believe? Recent archaeological discoveries have revealed that ancient trade networks were far more extensive than previously thought. Chinese silk has been found in Egyptian tombs. African plants appear in ancient Mesoamerican art. Perhaps knowledge, too, traveled these ancient highways of commerce. Some fringe researchers have proposed even more dramatic explanations, suggesting intervention by advanced civilizations, either extraterrestrial or from an unrecognized Earth civilization like Atlantis. While these theories remain outside mainstream academic acceptance, they persist because conventional explanations sometimes fail to fully account for the remarkable similarities across supposedly isolated cultures. Whatever explanation you find most compelling, the pyramid coincidence reminds us that ancient humans were far more sophisticated, connected, and technically capable than we often give them credit for. These massive structures, pointing toward the sky from different corners of the Earth, continue to challenge our understanding of the ancient world and the capabilities of our ancestors. As you drift off to sleep tonight, pondering these ancient enigmas, consider this. Perhaps the most valuable aspect of these mysterious coincidences is not the answers they might eventually yield, but the questions they force us to ask about our understanding of human history and the artificial boundaries we've drawn between ancient cultures that may, in reality, have been far more connected than we've ever realized. But not all mysterious coincidences are etched in stone. Some are written into the very stories cultures tell about their origins, and none is more universal than the tale of a great, world-destroying flood. From the Epic of Gilgamesh to the biblical story of Noah, from Hindu texts to indigenous oral traditions across 6 continents, a remarkably similar narrative emerges. Angry gods, a world-cleansing deluge, a righteous family saved in a boat or on a mountaintop, and the eventual receding of waters to allow life to begin anew. The question that haunts researchers isn't whether these flood stories exist. They undeniably do. But rather, how did such strikingly similar narratives emerge in cultures separated by vast oceans and impassable mountain ranges? Could these widespread myths be more than coincidence? Might they preserve the memory of a real catastrophic event that affected human populations around the globe? Let's begin our exploration with perhaps the oldest written flood account, the Sumerian story of Ziusudra, later adapted into the more famous Epic of Gilgamesh. Dating to approximately 2100 BCE, this Mesopotamian clay tablet tells of the gods deciding to destroy humanity with a flood. The god Enki warns Ziusudra, instructing him to build a massive boat and fill it with animals. After the deluge, Ziusudra offers sacrifices and receives the gift of immortality. Sound familiar? The parallels with the biblical flood story are undeniable. In Genesis, God, disappointed in human wickedness, resolves to cleanse the earth with water. Noah is instructed to build an ark and save representative animals. After the flood subsides, Noah offers sacrifices, and God promises never again to destroy the world by water. What makes this connection particularly intriguing is the historical evidence suggesting that the Hebrew account may have been influenced by earlier Mesopotamian versions during the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BCE. But this doesn't explain the prevalence of flood myths in regions with no connection to Near Eastern traditions. In Hindu mythology, Manu, the first man, is warned by a fish, an avatar of the god Vishnu, about an impending deluge. He builds a boat, survives the flood, and repopulates the earth. The ancient Chinese tell of Emperor Yu, who didn't escape the flood but rather spent decades channeling the floodwaters back to the sea, earning the mandate of heaven for his efforts. Indigenous cultures from North America to the Amazon basin, from Australia to Scandinavia, all preserve remarkably similar narratives. The Lenape people of North America tell of people and animals retreating to the back of a giant turtle to escape rising waters. Mayan accounts describe multiple world-ending floods. Australian Aboriginal traditions speak of a great flood caused by a giant frog drinking all the world's water and then releasing it when made to laugh. These stories share specific motifs that go beyond simple coincidence: divine retribution for human misdeeds, advance warning to a chosen individual or family, salvation via a vessel or high ground, and the repopulation of the earth by the survivors. The similarities are too specific to be explained by random cultural development. Could these stories preserve the cultural memory of an actual catastrophic flood event? Geological evidence suggests several candidates for a historical basis. Around 7600 BCE, rising Mediterranean waters breached the Bosporus Strait, sending an enormous torrent of water into what was then a freshwater lake, creating the Black Sea and potentially displacing or drowning thousands of early farming communities around its shores. Another candidate emerges around 10,900 BCE with the drainage of glacial Lake Agassiz at the end of the last ice age. This massive freshwater lake, larger than all the modern Great Lakes combined, catastrophically drained when ice dams failed, raising global sea levels by several meters in a geologically brief period. These rising waters would have inundated coastal areas worldwide, precisely where most human populations were concentrated. Traditional histories of these now submerged settlements could have evolved into the flood myths we know today, preserved through oral tradition for thousands of years before being committed to writing. Perhaps most compelling is the evidence of rapid sea level rise at the end of the last ice age. Between 15,000 and 8,000 years ago, global sea levels rose approximately 120 meters as massive ice sheets melted. This wasn't a single event but a series of pulses, some quite dramatic. One such pulse, known as Meltwater Pulse 1A, saw sea levels rise 20 meters in just 500 years, fast enough for people to witness coastlines changing within a single lifetime. Consider the implications for early human settlements. Archaeological evidence increasingly suggests that coastal regions, now submerged under tens of meters of water, were the centers of human population during this period. The flooding of these areas would have displaced entire communities, forcing migrations and permanently altering landscapes in ways that would sear these events into cultural memory. Some researchers suggest that specialized knowledge held by indigenous cultures might contain more accurate information than we've recognized. When anthropologists in the Andaman Islands recorded local flood myths that described specific ancient shorelines, geological surveys later confirmed these shorelines existed exactly as described, but had been underwater for thousands of years. Skeptics point out that floods are common natural disasters, and that similar stories might simply reflect similar human experiences with local flooding events. They suggest that the prevalence of water in flood myth merely reflects humanity's dependence on rivers and coasts, where flooding is an obvious hazard. Yet this explanation struggles to account for the remarkable similarities in narratives across cultures that experienced wildly different local conditions. Why would desert peoples preserve flood myths? Why would the specific motifs of divine punishment, advance warning, and animal preservation appear so consistently? As you contemplate these ancient stories tonight, consider this possibility. What if our ancestors were more attentive observers of their world than we give them credit for? What if these myths aren't merely primitive attempts to explain local disasters, but preserved memories of real global changes, passed down with remarkable fidelity across hundreds of generations? Perhaps within these ancient stories lies a warning, a reminder that Earth's climate has changed dramatically in the past and could do so again in our future. While flood myths connect cultures through shared stories, our next mystery connects them through a shared fascination with the night sky, specifically with one of its most recognizable constellations. The stars of Orion's belt, 3 bright stars arranged in a nearly straight line, are among the most recognizable patterns in the night sky. Visible from every inhabited continent, these stars have captivated human attention for millennia. But what continues to puzzle researchers is the apparent obsession ancient monument builders had with this particular celestial formation, and the striking similarities in how they expressed this obsession across supposedly unconnected civilizations. The story begins in Egypt, where in 1994, author Robert Bovell published what became known as the Orion correlation theory. Bovell had noticed something remarkable. When viewed from above, the arrangement of the 3 main pyramids at Giza appears to mirror the pattern of the 3 stars that form Orion's belt. Even more intriguing, the relative sizes of the pyramids correspond to the relative brightness of these stars. Conventional Egyptology initially dismissed this as coincidence. Then researchers began finding more celestial alignments at Giza. The air shafts in the Great Pyramid point precisely toward key stars in the ancient Egyptian sky, including Alnitak, the easternmost star in Orion's belt. The positioning of the Sphinx, facing directly east, aligns it with the constellation Leo at specific astronomically significant dates. This alone might be dismissed as a cultural quirk of the ancient Egyptians, who we know were keen astronomical observers. But then researchers began noticing similar patterns in monuments built by civilizations with no known contact with Egypt. Half a world away, the ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico reveals an equally precise celestial design. The massive Pyramid of the Sun, Pyramid of the Moon, and Temple of Quetzalcoatl form a layout that some researchers argue correlates with the stars of Orion's belt. The entire city grid appears oriented to track specific astronomical events, including the Pleiades rising and the passage of Orion across the local meridian. Even more remarkable are the parallels between these 2 sites. Both Giza and Teotihuacan feature 3 primary structures arranged in a pattern resembling Orion's belt. Both incorporate precise solar and stellar alignments in their architecture. Both were designed to create specific shadow effects during solstices and equinoxes, and both were built by civilizations that venerated Orion as a celestial deity, Osiris for the Egyptians, Huitzilopochtli for the Mesoamericans. The mystery deepens when we examine ancient Chinese pyramids. Near the city of Xi'an, dozens of enormous earth mounds form what some researchers believe is yet another terrestrial map of the night sky, with particular emphasis on Orion and the Big Dipper. Though less studied than their Egyptian and Mesoamerican counterparts due to access restrictions, satellite imagery suggests these structures may incorporate similar astronomical alignments. In the jungles of Cambodia, the vast temple complex of Angkor Wat presents yet another example. Built in the 12th century CE, much later than the other sites mentioned, Angkor's main temples form a pattern that appears to correspond with the constellation Draco. But within this larger pattern, specific structures align with the stars of Orion's belt, creating a celestial map encoded in stone. Perhaps most striking is the site of Nabta Playa in southern Egypt. Dating to approximately 7500 BCE, nearly 5,000 years before the Great Pyramid, this ancient stone circle contains alignments to Orion's belt that predate Egyptian civilization itself. Some researchers suggest this site, built by pre-dynastic peoples, may have been the conceptual forerunner to the later, more elaborate Orion alignments at Giza. What are we to make of this apparent global obsession with mapping a specific constellation on Earth? Conventional archaeology suggests independent development, that different cultures simply recognized the same prominent star pattern and chose to honor it similarly. But the specificity of these alignments and their central importance to each culture's most sacred sites has led some researchers to propose more controversial explanations. Some suggest the existence of a now-lost parent civilization that predated these cultures and spread astronomical knowledge worldwide before some catastrophic event ended their influence. Others propose the possibility of ancient global contact, trade networks that extended far beyond what conventional history recognizes, allowing for the exchange of astronomical and architectural knowledge across vast distances. More controversial theories suggest these sites may have been trying to communicate something specific about Orion, perhaps marking these locations as special due to some historical connection with the constellation. Ancient Egyptian texts do speak of their gods descending from the region of Orion and Sirius, while Mesoamerican traditions describe their deities arriving from specific celestial locations. What makes the Orion correlation particularly compelling is not just the architectural alignments but the religious significance these cultures attach to this constellation. For the Egyptians, Orion represented Osiris, god of death and resurrection. For the Maya and Aztecs, it represented their creation deity. In ancient China, it was associated with the celestial emperor. These weren't merely aesthetic choices but expressions of each culture's deepest cosmological beliefs. Modern skeptics have challenged aspects of these alignment theories, noting that with enough stars in the sky and enough monuments on Earth, coincidental alignments are inevitable. They point to statistical problems with forcing correlations and the human tendency to see patterns where none exist. These are valid concerns that require rigorous analysis to address. Yet the question remains, why did so many ancient cultures, across vast distances and time periods, choose to focus their monumental architecture on celestial alignments, particularly those involving Orion? Was there something about this constellation that held special significance for our ancestors across the globe? As you gaze at the night sky tonight, perhaps spotting Orion's distinctive belt yourself, consider this. What if these ancient builders were trying to tell us something important, something they felt compelled to encode in stone on a massive scale? What message might still be waiting for us to decipher in these ancient stellar maps? The mysterious coincidences of ancient history extend beyond physical structures and into the realm of belief and mythology. One of the most perplexing patterns emerges when we examine the pantheons of supposedly unconnected ancient cultures. Time and again, we find deities with nearly identical attributes, stories, and even symbols, despite vast oceans and mountain ranges separating their worshippers. Consider the striking parallels between the Egyptian god Osiris and the Mesoamerican deity Quetzalcoatl. Both were depicted as culture bringers who taught their people agriculture, writing, and proper worship. Both were betrayed and defeated by a dark adversary, set in Egypt, Tezcatlipoca in Mesoamerica. Both were associated with death and resurrection. Both were connected to the planet Venus and the constellation Orion. And both were commonly depicted with similar regalia, a curved staff, a distinctive headdress, and specific astronomical symbols. These similarities might be dismissed as coincidence if they were isolated examples, but the pattern repeats across numerous deities and cultures. The Hindu god Indra, Greek Zeus, and Norse Thor all share remarkably similar attributes. They are bearded sky gods wielding thunderbolts, battling serpentine creatures, and fathering numerous children with both divine and mortal women. All three were depicted as kings of their respective pantheons with strikingly similar personality traits, powerful but flawed, prone to both great wisdom and terrible tempers. Even more specific parallels emerge when we look at creation myths. The Babylonian goddess Tiamat was a primordial sea deity whose body was split to create heaven and earth. In Norse mythology, the giant Ymir's body was similarly divided to form the world. In Chinese mythology, the giant Pangu's body becomes the physical features of the world after death. These aren't vague similarities, but highly specific narrative elements repeated across cultures with no known contact. What makes these parallels particularly puzzling is their specificity. It's not just that different cultures develop storm gods or creator deities. That could be easily explained by humans everywhere experiencing similar natural phenomena. What requires explanation is the precise details that recur. The weapons these gods carry, their family relationships, their specific conflicts, and their associations with identical celestial bodies. The conventional explanation from comparative mythologists is archetypes, the idea that human psychology naturally generates similar symbolic systems regardless of cultural context. Carl Jung proposed that these recurring mythological motifs emerge from our shared unconscious. Joseph Campbell suggested that myths everywhere follow similar patterns because they address universal human experiences. Yet this explanation struggles to account for highly specific shared details that go beyond universal experiences. Why would cultures across the world independently associate wisdom deities with ibis birds, Thoth in Egypt, Quetzalcoatl in his Ehecatl aspect in Mesoamerica? Why would flood myths everywhere feature not just rising waters but also divine warning, a chosen family, and the preservation of animals? Some researchers propose diffusion theories, the idea that these myths spread through ancient contact between seemingly isolated civilizations. Recent archaeological discoveries lend some credence to this possibility. Egyptian tobacco and cocaine residues have been found in Egyptian mummies, despite these plants being native to the Americas. Chinese artifacts have been discovered in Olmec sites in Mexico. African plants appear in ancient Indian art. These findings suggest trade networks far more extensive than previously believed. If trade goods could cross oceans in the ancient world, perhaps religious ideas traveled the same routes. The Phoenicians, known to have circumnavigated Africa around 600 BCE, could have spread Middle Eastern religious concepts to sub-Saharan cultures. Polynesian navigators, capable of crossing vast Pacific distances, might have connected Asian and American belief systems. Further evidence for potential ancient contact comes from linguistic similarities. Sanskrit and ancient European languages share numerous cognates, words with similar sounds and meanings, suggesting a common origin. But more puzzling are the phonetic and structural similarities between languages with no recognized historical connection, such as certain Native American languages and ancient Japanese, or specific African languages and those of Australia. Some fringe researchers have proposed more controversial explanations. Could these global mythological parallels preserve memories of a now-lost global civilization that predated our conventional historical timeline? Might they reflect actual historical events involving celestial visitors, later deified by various cultures? While mainstream scholarship rejects these interpretations, they persist because conventional explanations sometimes struggle to account for the remarkable specificity of these cross-cultural parallels. Perhaps the most striking case of cross-cultural religious similarity involves virgin birth narratives. The Egyptian goddess Isis conceived Horus after the death of Osiris. The Greek deity Perseus was born to the virgin Danae. The Aztec god Huitzilopochtli's mother was impregnated by a ball of feathers. Buddha's mother Maya conceived him when a white elephant entered her side during a dream. These aren't vague similarities, but specific narrative patterns repeated across cultures, separated by vast distances and time periods. Flood myths, as we've already explored, show similar precise parallels. But equally specific are the global myths of world ages or cosmic cycles. The Hindu concept of yugas, the Aztec 5 suns, the Norse cycles of Ragnarök and renewal, and the Hopi 4 worlds all describe a universe that passes through distinct epochs, each ending in destruction and renewal. These aren't merely similar concepts but feature comparable timeframes, transition mechanisms, and moral frameworks. Deities associated with the planet Venus show particularly striking cross-cultural similarities. The Mesopotamian goddess Inanna, Greek Aphrodite, Mayan Kukulkan, and Polynesian Wero were all strongly associated with Venus, seen as possessing dual aspects, morning and evening appearances, and connected with both love and war. Given that identifying Venus as a single celestial body with two appearances requires careful astronomical observation, these shared associations seem unlikely to have developed independently. Among the most specific cross-cultural religious parallels are those involving resurrection deities. Osiris in Egypt, Dionysus in Greece, Baal in Canaan, and Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica all share a remarkably similar narrative. They are killed or dismembered. Their bodies are searched for by a female relative or consort. They descend to the underworld, and they subsequently return in a transformed state, often associated with agricultural cycles. The specificity of these narrative elements challenges explanation through independent development. The common thread connecting many of these cross-cultural religious parallels is astronomical observation. From Venus deities to solar heroes to constellations personified as gods, the night sky provided a common text that all human cultures could read. Yet this observation alone doesn't explain why different cultures would develop identical narratives around these celestial bodies, rather than interpreting them in culturally distinct ways. What are we to make of these extraordinary religious parallels across supposedly isolated ancient cultures? Perhaps the human mind, confronted with the same natural world and celestial phenomena, naturally generates similar explanatory frameworks. Perhaps ancient global contact was far more extensive than conventional history acknowledges. Or perhaps these similarities point toward some shared historical experience in humanity's distant past, preserved through religious symbolism across millennia. As you contemplate these ancient enigmas tonight, consider this possibility. What if these recurring deities and myths aren't merely stories but encoded knowledge? What if our ancestors, lacking modern scientific terminology, used the language of myth to preserve important astronomical, agricultural, and historical information for future generations? Perhaps within these shared gods and their stories lies a message from our distant past, one that continues to echo across cultures despite the boundaries of oceans, mountains, and time itself. From mystifying architectural alignments to parallel pantheons, we now turn to perhaps the most precise and perplexing coincidence of all, a specific number that appears with remarkable consistency across ancient cultures worldwide. That number is 432, along with its multiples and permutations. What makes the recurrence of 432 so extraordinary is not just its presence across unconnected civilizations, but its consistent association with cosmic cycles, creation myths, and measurements of time itself. This numerical pattern is so specific that its cross-cultural appearance challenges conventional explanations of independent development. Let's begin our numerical journey in ancient India. The Hindu cosmological text Rigveda consists of precisely 432,000 syllables. According to Hindu cosmology, the Kali Yuga, our current cosmic age, lasts exactly 432,000 years. This follows the Dvapara Yuga, 864,000 years, or 2 times 432,000, the Treta Yuga, 1,296,000 years, or 3 times 432,000, and the Satya Yuga, 1,728,000 years, or 4 times 432,000. The complete cycle of 4 yugas thus totals 4,320,000 years, 432 followed by 4 zeros. Moving westward to ancient Mesopotamia, we find the Babylonian priest Berossus recording that the period between the world's creation and the Great Flood spanned 432,000 years. The Babylonian historian Berossus, writing in the 3rd century BCE, described 10 kings who ruled before the flood for a total of 432,000 years. This precise figure appears in one of history's oldest civilizations, in almost identical form to its usage in India thousands of miles away. In Norse mythology, Valhalla, the Great Hall of the Slain, has 540 doors. 540 equals 432 plus 108, through which 800 warriors will march to battle the wolf Fenrir during Ragnarok. Multiplying 540 by 800 yields 432,000, exactly matching the Hindu Kali Yuga duration and the Babylonian pre-flood period. Ancient Egyptian measurements incorporate this number and its derivatives as well. The base perimeter of the Great Pyramid at Giza is 1,728 royal cubits, exactly 4 times 432. Some researchers suggest the pyramid's measurements encode the solar year with remarkable precision, using relationships based on multiples of 432. Moving across the Atlantic to Mesoamerica, we find the Maya long count calendar operating on cycles related to 432. The basic unit of the Mayan Bakdun is 144,000 days. 144 equals 432 divided by 3. 3 Bakduns equal 432,000 days. While mainstream archaeologists consider these relationships coincidental, the mathematical precision is difficult to dismiss. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus determined that the great year, the cycle of precession of the equinoxes, lasted 10,800 years. 10,800 equals 432 times 25. Modern astronomy places this cycle at approximately 25,920 years, with 432 fitting into this figure exactly 60 times. Even in ancient Chinese cosmology, we find cycles of 4,320 years playing important roles in calculations of celestial movements and dynastic transitions. The Zhou Bai Suan Jiang, a mathematical classic from approximately the 4th century BCE, uses proportions based on multiples of 432 in its astronomical calculations. In Angkor Wat, the massive temple complex in Cambodia, researchers have identified numerous measurements incorporating multiples of 432. The perimeter of the outer wall measures 4,320 meters exactly. The central tower's height, when measured together with the moat depth, yields figures related to 432. These relationships appear too precise to be accidental. What makes the recurrence of 432 particularly significant is its relationship to observable astronomical cycles. The Sun rotates once in 25,920 years, a period astronomers call the precession of the equinoxes. Dividing this number by 60 yields 432. The Sun's diameter is about 864,000 miles. 864 equals 432 times 2. The Moon's diameter is about 2,160 miles. 2,160 equals 432 times 5. These relationships suggest ancient cultures possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Perhaps most remarkably, 432 relates to the fundamental frequency of our universe. When raised to the power of 2, 4322, it closely approximates the speed of light in kilometers per second. Modern physics has identified 432 Hz as having special harmonic properties, contrasting with the modern standard musical tuning of 440 Hz. Some researchers suggest ancient instruments were tuned to 432 Hz for specific acoustic effects during religious ceremonies. Even the ratio 4:3:2 itself has special mathematical properties. It represents the most basic harmonic relationship in music, the perfect fifth and perfect fourth intervals that form the foundation of scales across cultures worldwide. This ratio appears in the dimensions of temples and sacred structures from Stonehenge to the Parthenon to Chichen Itza. The conventional explanation for these numerical coincidences suggests independent discovery, that different cultures simply observed the same natural cycles and incorporated them into their cosmologies. Yet the specificity of 432 and its consistent application across cultures challenges this interpretation. How likely is it that civilizations worldwide would independently select this precise number and its derivatives for their most sacred calculations? Some researchers propose diffusion, the idea that this knowledge spread through ancient contact between seemingly isolated civilizations. If Egyptian or Babylonian mathematics influenced Indian thought through trade networks, for example, numerical systems might have traveled along the same routes. More controversial interpretations suggest these numerical coincidences reflect some fundamental truth about our universe, perhaps a mathematical relationship so basic to nature's functioning that any advanced observational culture would eventually discover it. Some fringe researchers propose these numbers might encode advanced scientific knowledge deliberately preserved by ancient cultures. Even modern science has found intriguing relationships involving 432. The sun's radius is approximately 432,000 miles. The speed of light is approximately 186,624 miles per second. 186,624 equals 432 times 432. These relationships may be coincidental, but contribute to the mystery surrounding this recurring number. What lends credibility to the significance of 432 is not just its appearance across cultures, but its consistent association with cosmic cycles, time measurement, and creation myths. These aren't random contexts, but the most fundamental aspects of how ancient peoples understood their place in the universe. The persistence of 432 across scientific, religious, and architectural domains suggests it may reflect something fundamental about how humans perceive and measure reality. Whether through independent discovery, ancient knowledge transfer, or some deeper cosmic significance, this numerical pattern represents one of history's most precise and perplexing coincidences. As you ponder these numerical mysteries tonight, consider this. What if these recurring patterns aren't coincidental but intentional? What if ancient cultures, recognizing something profound about the number 432 and its relationship to cosmic cycles, deliberately encoded this knowledge in their most sacred texts and structures? Perhaps within this simple number lies a message about the nature of time, space, and our place in the universe. A message that continues to resonate across cultures despite the boundaries of geography and history. Some mysteries arise not from what ancient civilizations built, but from what they somehow knew. Among these intellectual enigmas, few are as perplexing as the astronomical knowledge possessed by both the ancient Sumerians and the Dogon tribe of Mali, specifically, their detailed understanding of the Sirius star system. Sirius A is easy enough to identify. It's the brightest star in our night sky, visible to the naked eye and prominent enough that numerous ancient cultures incorporated it into their mythologies and calendars. But Sirius B is another matter entirely. This white dwarf companion star is completely invisible without powerful telescopes, orbiting Sirius A in a 50-year cycle. Modern astronomy didn't discover Sirius B until 1842, when the German astronomer Friedrich Bessel deduced its existence through mathematical calculations based on the wobble of Sirius A. The star itself wasn't even directly observed until 1862, when Alvin Clark first glimpsed it through one of the most advanced telescopes of the 19th century. Yet thousands of years before these discoveries, both the Sumerians and the Dogon appear to have possessed knowledge that should have been impossible for them to acquire. Let's start with the Sumerians, who flourished in Mesopotamia from approximately 4000 to 2000 before Common Era. Among the thousands of clay tablets recovered from their civilization, several appear to depict the Sirius star system with surprising accuracy. These ancient astronomical texts, particularly those found in the ruins of Nineveh, contain references to the brightest star in the sky having a companion. What makes this remarkable is that Sumerian symbols appear to describe this companion star as small, dense, and heavy, precisely what we now know Sirius B to be. Modern science has confirmed that despite its small size, approximately the size of Earth, Sirius B is incredibly dense, with its matter so tightly compressed that a teaspoon would weigh several tons. How could the Sumerians have known this? Traditional telescopes of the kind that would have been available to ancient civilizations, even if we assume the highest level of technological development, would never have been able to detect Sirius B, let alone determine its physical properties. Even more perplexing is the case of the Dogon tribe of Mali. This isolated West African culture has for centuries maintained a tradition that Sirius is actually a three-star system: Sirius A, which they call Sigi Tolo, Sirius B, which they name Po Tolo, and a third star they refer to as Emya. Their priests have long described Po Tolo as an extremely heavy star that rotates on its axis and completes an orbital cycle around Sigi Tolo every 50 years. This knowledge was first documented in the 1930s and 40s by French anthropologists Marcel Griaule and Germain Dieterlen, who spent years living among the Dogon and recording their astronomical traditions. According to their research, the Dogon described Sirius B as the heaviest thing in the universe and referred to it as the tiny seed of a plant called Po, which is indeed among the heaviest seeds in their region. Even more remarkably, the Dogon traditional drawings show Sirius B's elliptical orbit around Sirius A, not as a perfect circle, but as the elongated ellipse that modern astronomy has confirmed. They also correctly identified the 50-year orbital period, which wasn't verified by Western science until well into the 20th century. The third star, Emya, presents another mystery altogether. For decades, astronomers dismissed this aspect of Dogon knowledge as pure mythology since no third star had been detected in the Sirius system. However, in 1995, the possibility of a Sirius C was proposed by astronomers based on observed perturbations, though its existence remains controversial and unconfirmed in mainstream astronomy. When asked how they acquired this knowledge, the Dogon tell a story of visitors from the stars called the Namo, amphibious beings who arrived from the Sirius system in a spinning vessel accompanied by fire and thunder. These visitors supposedly shared knowledge of their home system, including details about Sirius B. Conservative scholars have offered several explanations for these astronomical anomalies. Regarding the Sumerians, some suggest their references to Sirius have been mistranslated or misinterpreted, and that any apparent knowledge of Sirius B is coincidental. For the Dogon, the most common skeptical explanation is that their knowledge was contaminated by contact with European astronomers prior to the anthropologists' arrival, and that they incorporated this modern information into their traditions. Indeed, the French anthropologist Walter van Beek, who conducted follow-up research among the Dogon in the 1980s, claimed he could find no evidence of the Sirius lore reported by Griaule and Dieterlen. This has led some to suggest that either the original anthropologists misunderstood the Dogon's symbolic language, or perhaps the information was known only to a select few priests who had previously had contact with outsiders. However, proponents of the mystery point out several problems with these explanations. For the Sumerians, the specific descriptions of Sirius B's properties appear too precise to be coincidental, especially given that they correctly described it as small yet extremely heavy. For the Dogon, The contamination theory is complicated by the fact that when Griaule and Dieterlen conducted their research, certain details they recorded about Sirius B, such as its rotational period, weren't yet known to Western astronomy. Furthermore, the Dogon's traditional ceremonies marking the 50-year cycle of Sirius B appear to predate European contact, as evidenced by their Sigwi ceremony, which has been documented as occurring every 50 years for at least the past 400 years. Some researchers have pointed to another possibility, that both civilizations somehow preserved astronomical knowledge from a much earlier period of advanced scientific understanding that has otherwise been lost to history. Others, more controversially, have suggested that the knowledge may indeed have come from extraterrestrial contact, as the Dogon themselves claim. What makes this mystery particularly compelling is that it involves not stone monuments or artifacts that could be explained by lost practical techniques, but abstract scientific knowledge that, by all conventional understanding, should have been impossible for these ancient peoples to acquire through observation alone. As we contemplate the night sky and gaze at the brilliant point of light that is Sirius, we're left with questions that continue to defy simple explanation. How did these ancient cultures, separated by vast distances of both space and time, both come to possess such specific and accurate information about an invisible star? Was it truly the result of contamination from modern sources, extraordinary coincidence, or preservation of ancient knowledge? Or does it hint at something more profound about our past, contacts or capabilities that conventional history has yet to acknowledge? The mystery of Sirius B reminds us that sometimes the most puzzling artifacts of ancient civilizations aren't the massive stones they moved or the temples they built, but the knowledge they possessed, knowledge that, by all rights, they shouldn't have had. Deep within the vast expanse of the Grand Canyon, where the Colorado River has carved its way through nearly 2 billion years of Earth's history, lies one of archaeology's most controversial claims, a purported discovery that, if verified, would dramatically rewrite the story of pre-Columbian contact between the Old World and the New. On April 5, 1909, the Arizona Gazette published a front-page article with the headline, "Explorations in Grand Canyon. Remarkable finds indicate ancient people migrated from Orion." The article described an expedition led by a Professor S.A. Jordan of the Smithsonian Institution that had allegedly discovered an enormous underground citadel within the Grand Canyon, filled with artifacts showing a clear Egyptian and Tibetan influence. According to the article, the explorers found a massive cavern structure with multiple chambers, reaching nearly a mile underground. Inside, they reportedly discovered mummies, copper weapons, granaries still filled with seeds, and hieroglyphic inscriptions. Most notably, the expedition was said to have found a statue of the Egyptian god Ra and hieroglyphics that told the story of ancient peoples traveling from the east to establish this settlement. The location was described with surprising specificity, situated on the eastern wall of the canyon, approximately 42 miles upstream from El Tavar Crystal Canyon. The article went on to claim that the Smithsonian had been conducting secret excavations in the Grand Canyon for years, having discovered records of the citadel in an ancient Oriental text. What makes this story particularly intriguing is the collection of strangely Egyptian-named geological features that exist in this region of the Grand Canyon to this day. On modern maps, you can find landmarks with names like the Tower of Set, Tower of Ra, Horus Temple, Osiris Temple, and Isis Temple. These names, assigned by early explorers of the region in the late 19th century, create an entire region within the canyon dedicated to Egyptian nomenclature. Conventional historians and the Smithsonian Institution have dismissed the 1909 newspaper article as a simple hoax or case of sensationalist journalism. The Smithsonian has repeatedly stated that no such professor ever worked for them, no such expedition was ever undertaken, and no evidence of Egyptian civilization has ever been found in the Grand Canyon. Yet the story refuses to die. Over a century later, researchers and alternative historians continue to investigate the possibility that the article contained elements of truth. Some point to the Hopi traditions, which contain origin stories describing their ancestors emerging from a series of underground chambers or kivas. Could these legends be connected to whatever was allegedly found in the Grand Canyon? Others note the strange parallels between certain Native American spiritual symbols and those found in ancient Egypt. The spiral, for instance, holds significance in both cultures, as does the concept of a feathered serpent, reminiscent of the Egyptian winged serpent. Could these similarities hint at ancient contact? The mystery deepened in 1905, when archaeologists discovered a tomb in Peru containing a 9,000-year-old mummy with Egyptian-style wrappings. DNA analysis later revealed genetic markers connecting this individual to populations in the Middle East and Europe rather than East Asia, challenging conventional migration theories. Additionally, chemical analysis of ancient Egyptian mummies has revealed traces of coca and tobacco in their systems, plants that were supposedly native only to the Americas and unknown in the Old World until after Columbus. How did these substances find their way into the bodies of individuals who died long before the conventionally accepted first contact between the hemispheres? Some researchers point to diffusionist theories suggesting that ancient Egyptian mariners may have reached the Americas thousands of years ago. Thor Heyerdahl's famous Ra expeditions demonstrated that reed boats constructed using ancient Egyptian techniques could indeed cross the Atlantic. Ancient Egyptian vessels have been found that were capable of ocean voyages, challenging the notion that pre-Columbian transoceanic contact was impossible. Among the more tangible evidence cited by alternative researchers are the so-called out-of-place artifacts found in various parts of North America. These include what appear to be ancient Egyptian relics discovered in places like the Rocky Mountains and Illinois. Mainstream archaeologists typically dismiss these as hoaxes or misidentified Native American artifacts, but their existence continues to fuel speculation. The Grand Canyon itself contains numerous caves, many of which remain unexplored. The National Park Service restricts access to many of these sites, citing safety concerns and the preservation of archaeological resources. However, some see these restrictions as evidence of an ongoing cover-up designed to prevent independent verification of the 1909 claims. In 2000, researcher John Winston claimed to have identified the location of the purported Egyptian caves based on the details in the original Arizona Gazette article. However, when he attempted to visit the site, he reported being turned away by armed guards who informed him the area was restricted. Further adding to the mystery are the Native American legends of the Hopi, who speak of their ancestors returning from a great flood by emerging from the Sipapuni, a sacred site they identify as being in the Grand Canyon. The Hopi also maintain traditions about ant people who sheltered their ancestors underground during global catastrophes. Could these stories preserve a memory of the same underground structures allegedly discovered in 1909? Geological evidence does confirm that the Grand Canyon contains numerous limestone caves, some quite extensive. Limestone formations are known for naturally creating large cavern systems through water erosion over millennia. Could some of these natural formations have been expanded and utilized by ancient peoples? In 2012, explorers in the Grand Canyon discovered a previously unknown cave containing Splitwig figurines carbon dated to approximately 4,000 years ago, roughly contemporaneous with Egypt's Middle Kingdom period. While these artifacts are recognized as Native American in origin, they demonstrate that the canyon's caves have indeed been used by ancient peoples. Critics of the Egyptian connection theory point out several logical problems with the scenario. First, if such a monumental discovery had actually been made, why would it have appeared only in a small local newspaper rather than making international headlines? Second, Why has no physical evidence ever been presented to support the claims? And third, how could such an extensive settlement have existed without leaving any surface traces that would have been noticed during the numerous geological surveys of the region? Yet the questions persist. Why did early explorers choose to name so many features in the Grand Canyon after Egyptian deities? What inspired the Arizona Gazette to publish such a detailed account of a non-existent expedition? And if the story was entirely fabricated, what was the motivation behind it? Perhaps most intriguing is the timing of the original article, published in 1909, a period when Egyptology was capturing the public imagination following major discoveries in the Valley of the Kings. It was also an era when many scientific disciplines were still in their infancy, and the boundaries between mainstream and alternative theories were more fluid than they are today. As you consider this particular mystery, it's worth reflecting on how our understanding of ancient human migration continues to evolve. Recent archaeological discoveries have repeatedly pushed back the dates of human arrival in the Americas, and emerging genetic evidence has revealed migration patterns more complex than previously thought. While no credible evidence currently supports the existence of an Egyptian outpost in the Grand Canyon, the broader question of pre-Columbian contact between distant civilizations remains an active area of legitimate scientific inquiry. The story of Egypt in the Grand Canyon serves as a reminder that sometimes the most persistent mysteries aren't about what we found, but about what might still be waiting to be discovered, hidden perhaps within the vast, unexplored spaces of one of Earth's most magnificent natural wonders. Across the vast Pacific Ocean, separated by nearly 8,000 miles of water and mountains, two ancient civilizations developed remarkably similar calendar systems that continue to perplex historians and archaeologists. The Maya of Mesoamerica and the ancient Chinese independently created and utilized a 260-day ritual calendar that defies coincidence and challenges our understanding of isolated cultural development. The Maya calendar system, known as the Tzolk'in or Sacred Round, consisted of 20-day signs combined with 13 numbers, creating a 260-day cycle that operated alongside their solar calendar. This system was fundamental to Maya religious practices, determining auspicious days for ceremonies, agricultural activities, and important life events. Archaeological evidence confirms the Tzolk'in was in use by at least 600 before Common Era, though its origins likely stretch much further back in time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Pacific, ancient Chinese astronomers developed the Teichu calendar during the Han Dynasty, approximately 200 before Common Era. This system incorporated a 260-day cycle for ritual and divination purposes. The cycle was derived from combining the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, fundamental components of Chinese cosmology that create a 60-day sequence, and then repeating this cycle 4 1/3 times to achieve 260 days. What makes this numerical alignment so extraordinary is that 260 holds no obvious astronomical significance. Unlike a solar year or lunar month, this number doesn't correspond to any celestial cycle readily observable in nature. The synodic period of Venus, the time it takes Venus to return to the same position in the sky relative to Earth, is 284 days, while the human gestation period averages 280 days. Neither of these natural cycles aligns with the 260-day calendar. So why would two civilizations, developing entirely independently according to conventional history, arrive at this same unusual number? Some researchers have noted that 260 days approximates 9 lunar months, a significant period in human reproduction. Others point out that the number can be derived by combining other observable cycles, 20 sets of 13 days or 13 sets of 20 days. But this merely shifts the question: why would both civilizations choose these particular factors? The mathematical properties of 260 are noteworthy. It's divisible by 2, 4, 5, 10, 13, 20, 26, 52, and 65, making it highly practical for calculating various subdivisions of time. This mathematical convenience might explain why both cultures settled on this number, but it doesn't explain why they both felt the need for a ritual calendar distinct from their solar and lunar calendars. Even more intriguing are the specific ways both cultures used their 260-day cycles. Both the Maya and Chinese employed their calendars primarily for divination and determining auspicious days, rather than for agricultural or civic timing. Both cultures associated specific qualities, elements, or deities with each day in the cycle. And both integrated this ritual calendar with longer-term calendrical systems to create complex timing mechanisms that could track days over vast periods. The Maya combined their Tzolk'in with a 365-day solar year to create the calendar round, a cycle of approximately 52 years. Similarly, the Chinese combined their stems and branches with the solar year to create the sexagenary cycle of 60 years. Both systems were used to name years and track longer time periods. Conventional explanations for this similarity generally fall into three categories. First, some scholars suggest it's simply coincidence. Two advanced civilizations with sophisticated astronomical knowledge independently arrived at the same number through different paths. After all, both civilizations devoted extensive resources to astronomical observation and mathematical calculation. Perhaps the 260-day cycle emerged in both cultures as a mathematical convenience for tracking planetary movements or other celestial phenomena. Second, others propose that the calendars developed from similar human biological awareness. Some researchers have noted that 260 approximates the average length of a human pregnancy, calculated by lunar months rather than solar days. Both cultures might have independently observed this natural human cycle and incorporated it into their timekeeping systems, particularly for purposes related to fertility and birth divination. Third, and most controversially, some researchers suggest direct or indirect cultural contact across the Pacific. This diffusionist theory proposes that either the concept traveled via intermediate cultures in a slow transmission across Asia and the Pacific Islands, or that direct transoceanic contact occurred far earlier than conventionally accepted in historical narratives. The diffusionist explanation remains highly contentious in mainstream archaeology. Conventional history holds that the Pacific Ocean formed an insurmountable barrier to regular contact between Asia and the Americas until relatively recent times. Critics point to the lack of other clear cultural commonalities that would surely have been transmitted alongside such a fundamental concept as a calendar system. However, emerging evidence has increasingly suggested that transoceanic contact may have occurred earlier and more frequently than previously thought. Linguistic analyses have identified potential connections between ancient Chinese and Olmec languages. Botanical studies have found evidence of American plants appearing in Southeast Asia and Asian plants in the Americas before Columbus. Recent genetic studies have identified possible Asian DNA markers in some indigenous American populations that don't align with the conventional Beringian migration theory. Perhaps most intriguing are the striking similarities in astronomical knowledge between ancient Chinese and Mesoamerican civilizations. Both cultures recognize the same constellations despite their different mythological frameworks. Both developed sophisticated methods for predicting solar eclipses, and both paid particular attention to the movements of Venus, incorporating its cycles into their religious and agricultural practices. The Chinese astronomical text, Huinanzi, compiled around 160 before Common Era, contains sophisticated astronomical calculation regarding planetary movements that bear remarkable similarities to those found in the Maya Dresden Codex, created hundreds of years later and thousands of miles away. What makes the 260-day calendar particularly puzzling is its apparent arbitrariness. Unlike a lunar month or solar year, which would naturally emerge from observing obvious celestial cycles, 260 must be deliberately calculated or derived. It requires the intentional combination of specific factors, whether 13 and 20 as in the Maya system, or the more complex Chinese derivation, that don't immediately present themselves through simple observation of nature. Some researchers have proposed more esoteric explanations, suggesting both cultures may have discovered some subtle astronomical cycle that modern science hasn't yet recognized. One theory proposes that 260 days represents 1/3 of the Martian year of 780 days, though why this would be significant to both cultures remains unclear. Another fascinating connection lies in how both calendar systems were used to track Venus. The Maya were obsessed with Venus, particularly its appearances as the morning and evening star. The Dresden Codex contains elaborate tables tracking Venus through its 284-day synodic cycle. Similarly, Chinese astronomers carefully documented Venus appearances and incorporated them into their divinatory practices. Venus completes 5 synodic cycles in almost exactly 8 solar years, a period of 2,920 days. This 8-year period contains exactly 11 260-day cycles plus 40 days. Could this relationship between Venus cycles and the 260-day period explain the calendar's importance to both cultures? Archaeological evidence suggests the 260-day calendar may be much older than the civilizations that utilized it. In Mesoamerica, precursors to the Tzolk'in appear in Olmec sites dating to 1200 before Common Era. In China, early forms of the stem branch system have been found on oracle bones from the Shang dynasty, circa 1600 before Common Era. This takes us back to a time when both regions were just beginning to develop their complex civilizations. If the calendar concept spread through diffusion, it would have had to travel during an even earlier period, perhaps during the Neolithic era when maritime technology was far more limited. The conventional view among mainstream archaeologists remains that this is a case of independent invention, a remarkable coincidence resulting from universal human tendencies to seek patterns in nature and divide time into manageable units. But as evidence for pre-Columbian transoceanic contact continues to accumulate, the possibility of some form of cultural diffusion becomes increasingly difficult to dismiss entirely. Chinese records themselves contain tantalizing hints of possible transoceanic voyages. The accounts of Su Fu, a Qin dynasty navigator who allegedly sailed east with thousands of young men and women seeking the elixir of immortality around 210 before Common Era, have long fascinated researchers. According to some interpretations of these fragmentary records, Su Fu never returned to China, having perhaps reached distant shores. More concrete are the records of Hui Shen, a Buddhist monk who reportedly sailed east in 458 Common Era and returned to China in 499 with tales of a land called Fusing, described as being 20,000 Chinese li east of China. While conventional historians typically identify Fusing with Japan or the Korean peninsula, some researchers have argued that the detailed descriptions better match the west coast of North America. What if the calendrical similarity isn't coincidence, but evidence of ancient knowledge transfer across the Pacific? If so, it would require us to fundamentally reconsider the conventional narrative of isolated cultural development in the pre-Columbian Americas. As we ponder this mathematical mystery spanning 2 continents, we're reminded that history is constantly being revised as new evidence emerges. The once solid timeline of human migration to the Americas has been repeatedly pushed back as archaeological discoveries challenge previous assumptions. Sites like Monte Verde in Chile and Meadowcroft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania have forced archaeologists to acknowledge human presence in the Americas thousands of years earlier than previously accepted. Perhaps the shared 260-day calendar is another clue, a numerical fingerprint pointing toward forgotten connections between ancient peoples who, despite vast oceanic barriers, may have exchanged not just goods, but profound ideas about how to measure the passage of time and connect human activities to the rhythms of the cosmos. As we look at our modern calendars today, with their arbitrary divisions and complex histories, we might reflect on how the ways we track time reveal deep cultural values and understandings. The mystery of the 260-day calendar reminds us that sometimes the most revealing artifacts aren't physical objects, but the intellectual constructs that guided how ancient peoples made sense of their world. Throughout the vast tapestry of human civilization, an eerie pattern emerges when we examine the lifespans of great cities and cultural centers. Like the mythical phoenix that burns only to rise again from its ashes, major urban centers seem to follow a mysterious cycle of growth, golden age, decline, and rebirth that occurs with such regularity it challenges our understanding of historical causality. This phenomenon, which some researchers have dubbed the Phoenix Cycle, suggests that many of the world's great cities and civilizational centers experience major transformative events or collapses approximately every 500 years, regardless of geographical location, technological development, or cultural continuity. The pattern was first observed by British historian Arnold Toynbee, who noted regular cycles in the growth and decay of what he called universal states throughout history. But it was historian David Wilkinson who, in the 1970s, refined this observation into a more specific 500-year pattern affecting individual urban centers. When we examine the historical record, the consistency of this pattern becomes difficult to dismiss as mere coincidence. Consider Athens, the birthplace of Western democracy. Around 500 before Common Era, Athens underwent a radical transformation under the reforms of Cleisthenes, establishing the world's first democratic system. Approximately 500 years later, around 1 Common Era, Athens experienced another profound transformation when it was incorporated into the Roman Empire, fundamentally altering its political structure. 500 years after that, around 500 Common Era, Athens declined dramatically following the dissolution of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of Christianity, which led to the closure of its philosophical schools under Justinian. And roughly 500 years later, around 1000 Common Era, the city experienced yet another transformation as it flourished under Byzantine rule before being conquered by Crusaders in 1204. This pattern continues remarkably into the modern era. Athens underwent another major transformation in the 1500s under Ottoman rule, and then again, 500 years later when it became the capital of an independent Greece in the 19th century, ultimately hosting the first modern Olympic Games in 1896, an event that symbolically marked its return as a significant world city. But perhaps this is simply cherry-picking specific events to fit a predetermined pattern. Let's examine other major urban centers. Rome shows a similarly striking pattern. Founded traditionally in 753 before Common Era, it underwent a massive transformation around 250 before Common Era as it emerged victorious from the Punic Wars, setting the stage for its imperial expansion. 500 years later, around 250 Common Era, Rome experienced the crisis of the 3rd century, a period of such severe military, economic, and political disruption that it nearly collapsed before being radically reformed under Diocletian and Constantine. 500 years after that, around 750 Common Era, Rome transferred its allegiance from Byzantine rule to the papacy, fundamentally altering its role in European affairs. And roughly 500 years later, in the 1200s, Rome became the center of the powerful papal states, reaching new heights of influence during the medieval period. Moving to Asia, we find Beijing displaying the same mysterious rhythm. 500 Common Era saw the city, then called Jicheng, established as the capital of the Eastern Wei dynasty. Around 1000 Common Era, it was designated as a secondary capital by the Liao dynasty. 500 years later, in the early 1500s, Beijing was established as the capital of a unified Ming China, beginning its modern role as China's political center. Constantinople, now Istanbul, shows the pattern clearly. Founded in 330 Common Era by Emperor Constantine, it underwent a massive transformation in 813, when it barely survived a major siege during the Byzantine-Bulgarian Wars. 500 years later, in 1353, it was captured by the Ottoman Turks, converting from a Christian to an Islamic capital. And approximately 500 years after that, in 1923, it ceased being the capital when the Turkish Republic moved its government to Ankara, another profound transformation. Even London, one of the world's most consistently important cities, shows the pattern. Founded by the Romans around 50 Common Era, it was abandoned and then re-established around 550 by Alfred the Great. It underwent another transformation around 1050 with the Norman conquest. 500 years later, in the 1550s, it began its rise as a global trading power under Tudor rule. And 500 years after that, around our present era, London is transforming again from an imperial capital to a global financial hub in a post-Brexit world. What could possibly explain this 500-year rhythm, affecting diverse cities across different continents and cultural traditions? Conventional historians generally reject the idea of such cyclical patterns as confirmation bias, our human tendency to see patterns where none truly exist. They point to the countless historical events that don't fit the cycle and argue that by selectively choosing which transformations count, one can make the data fit almost any predetermined time frame. Yet the persistence of the pattern across so many major urban centers suggests something more than coincidence may be at work. Several theories have been proposed to explain this mysterious cycle. Some researchers point to climate patterns, noting that significant climate shifts tend to occur every 500 to 600 years due to solar activity cycles and ocean current fluctuations. These climate changes would affect agricultural productivity, disease patterns, and human migration, potentially triggering urban transformations across the globe at roughly similar times. Others suggest demographic factors. Various demographic analyses indicate that societies tend to experience major generational shifts in values and priorities approximately every 80 to 100 years. 5 such cycles would create major cultural transformations around every 500 years, potentially driving political and urban restructuring. A more controversial explanation involves astronomical cycles. Some researchers have proposed that changes in Earth's relationship to other celestial bodies might influence everything from climate to human psychology, creating global patterns of transformation. The precession of the equinoxes, the approximately 26,000-year cycle in which Earth's rotational axis traces a complete circle, means that every 500 years, our planet's orientation to the stars changes by about 7 degrees, potentially affecting seasonal patterns and perhaps even geomagnetic fields. Economic historians have noted that major technological and economic transitions throughout history seem to occur at roughly 500-year intervals. From the Bronze Age to the Iron Age, from animal power to water and wind power, from mechanical power to steam power, and now to the digital revolution, each transition fundamentally reshapes urban centers and their functions. Perhaps most intriguing is the possibility that the 500-year cycle might be partly self-reinforcing through human cultural memory and institutional design. Many religious traditions recognize jubilee periods of 50 or 100 years. 5 such jubilees would create cultural expectations of major renewal approximately every 500 years. Additionally, many human institutions, from legal systems to architectural structures, are designed with expected lifespans of several centuries, potentially creating synchronized failure points across civilizations. Critics of the Phoenix cycle theory point out several legitimate problems with the concept. First, the 500-year mark is often approximate rather than exact, sometimes varying by several decades. Second, the subjective nature of determining what constitutes a major transformation allows for potential confirmation bias. And third, the pattern becomes less clear when examining certain regions like sub-Saharan Africa or the pre-Columbian Americas, where historical documentation is less comprehensive. Yet even accounting for these valid criticisms, the recurring pattern in well-documented urban centers remains striking enough to warrant further investigation. If the Phoenix cycle is real rather than imagined, it might offer valuable insights for urban planning and governance in our rapidly urbanizing world. Consider that many of the world's major cities are currently approaching significant anniversary markers. New York City, established in 1624 as New Amsterdam, is approaching its 400-year mark. Tokyo, which became Japan's capital in 1603 as Edo, recently passed its 400-year anniversary, and Beijing is now approaching the 500-year anniversary of its establishment as the capital of Ming China. If the Phoenix cycle holds true, these cities may be approaching periods of significant transformation in the coming decades, not necessarily collapse, but fundamental shifts in their function, governance, or cultural significance. The cycle doesn't predict apocalypse, but rather metamorphosis, the death of old forms allowing for the birth of new ones, just as the mythical phoenix is reborn from its own ashes. As we witness unprecedented global urbanization, with more than half of humanity now living in cities and megacities of 20 million plus residents becoming increasingly common, understanding the natural life cycles of urban centers becomes increasingly important. If great cities do indeed follow cyclical patterns of growth, flourishing, decline, and renewal, this knowledge might help us navigate the transformations with greater wisdom and foresight. The Phoenix cycle reminds us that impermanence is woven into the very fabric of human civilization. Even our greatest achievements, our magnificent cities with their monuments and institutions, undergo constant transformation, death, and rebirth. Perhaps recognizing this cycle can help us approach urban development not as a linear march of endless growth, but as a natural rhythm of renewal that has characterized human settlements for millennia. Throughout the corridors of history, certain patterns emerge that seem to defy simple explanation. Perhaps none are more unsettling than the strange coincidences surrounding the births and deaths of influential historical figures. These parallels, separated by centuries, yet connected through inexplicable synchronicity, invite us to wonder if time flows in patterns we have yet to comprehend. Consider the most famous case that has captivated Americans for generations: the uncanny similarities between Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy. Both men were elected to Congress exactly 100 years apart, Lincoln in 1846, Kennedy in 1946. A century later, both ascended to the presidency, Lincoln in 1860, Kennedy in 1960. But the parallels grow more specific and, frankly, more perplexing. Both presidents were assassinated on a Friday. Both were shot in the head from behind while sitting beside their wives. Following their assassinations, both were succeeded by vice presidents named Johnson, both Southerners, both Democrats. Andrew Johnson was born in 1808, Lyndon Johnson in 1908, exactly 100 years apart. Their assassins share equally striking parallels. John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald were both known by 3 names, each containing 15 letters. Booth shot Lincoln in a theater and fled to a warehouse, while Oswald shot Kennedy from a warehouse and fled to a theater. Both assassins were themselves killed before they could stand trial. Some historians dismiss these correlations as mere coincidence amplified by selective observation. After all, any two historical figures will share some commonalities if one searches diligently enough. Yet the sheer number of parallels gives even skeptics pause. Is there some subtle pattern in history's tapestry that occasionally reveals itself through these strange synchronicities? But the Lincoln-Kennedy parallels are merely the beginning of history's strange coincidences involving birth and death. Turn your attention now to Napoleon Bonaparte and Adolf Hitler, two European dictators whose lives unfolded with bizarre similarities despite being separated by more than a century. Both rose to power from obscure beginnings, both attempted to conquer Europe, and both ultimately failed in devastating Russian campaigns that marked the beginning of their downfalls. What makes their parallel lives particularly striking are the numerical coincidences. Hitler came to power exactly 144 years after Napoleon. Both men first rose to national prominence at the age of 44. Their first major military victories came when they were both 45. And most remarkably, both dictators invaded Russia when they were 52 years old, an endeavor that ultimately led to their undoing. Even their names connect them across time. Napoleon Bonaparte and Adolf Hitler both contain 15 letters. This might seem trivial until you realize how many such coincidences accumulate around certain historical figures. Moving beyond political figures, we find these strange patterns extend to creative geniuses as well. Consider the peculiar connection between renowned composers Johann Sebastian Bach and George Friedrich Handel. Not only were they born the same year, 1685, in locations just 100 miles apart in Germany, but both suffered from failing eyesight in their later years. Both underwent eye surgery by the same doctor, John Taylor, which unfortunately failed to restore their vision and may have hastened their deaths. Or contemplate the parallel lives of literary giants William Shakespeare and Miguel de Cervantes, creators of works that would forever transform their respective languages. Officially, both men died on the exact same date, April 23, 1616. While calendar differences between England and Spain complicate this perfect synchronicity, the recorded date remains identical, binding these two transformative writers together in death as they were in artistic genius. Perhaps most unsettling are the cases where birth and death become intertwined across generations. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, founding fathers and sometimes political rivals, both signers of the Declaration of Independence, died on the exact same day, July 4th, 1826, exactly 50 years after they signed the document that birthed their nation. Adams' final words reportedly were, "Thomas Jefferson survives," unaware that Jefferson had passed away just hours earlier. More recently, we find the curious case of Mark Twain, born Samuel Clemens. The famed author entered the world in 1835 during an appearance of Halley's Comet, which orbits past Earth approximately every 76 years. Throughout his life, Twain joked that having come in with the comet, he expected to go out with it as well. True to his prediction, he died in 1910 when the comet next appeared, closing the cosmic circle of his life. Do these patterns suggest some hidden order in the universe? Are they mere statistical curiosities amplified by our human tendency to seek meaning in randomness? Or might they point to something more profound about how time and human destiny intertwine? Some theorists propose that collective consciousness somehow shapes these patterns, while others suggest these synchronicities reveal glimpses of a deterministic universe where all events unfold according to fixed laws we have yet to discover. More speculative minds have even proposed that history might repeat in fractal patterns, creating echoes across centuries that manifest in these strange parallels. Scientists generally attribute such coincidences to the law of large numbers, the principle that given enough data points, seemingly improbable connections will inevitably emerge. With billions of human lives throughout history, some degree of pattern is statistically inevitable. This perspective sees our fascination with these parallels as a manifestation of apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful connections in unrelated phenomena. Yet this explanation fails to satisfy completely. The specific nature of many of these coincidences, particularly the Lincoln-Kennedy parallels, seems to transcend mere statistical probability. The precision with which certain patterns repeat makes one wonder if there might be subtle currents in the flow of history that occasionally create these remarkable symmetries. Perhaps most intriguing is how these coincidences cluster around pivotal historical figures. It's rarely the obscure or inconsequential whose lives display these strange synchronicities, but rather those who profoundly shape the course of human events. Is this simply because we pay more attention to famous lives? Or might there be something about world-altering individuals that attracts these temporal echoes? As we contemplate these questions, we must acknowledge the limits of our understanding. History unfolds in patterns both obvious and subtle, revealing connections that defy simple explanation. The coincidences of birth and death dates among historical figures may be random curiosities or glimpses of deeper order in the universe's design. Whatever their true nature, these strange parallels remind us that history is not merely a linear progression of events, but a complex tapestry, woven with threads we are still learning to perceive. The next time you encounter a historical coincidence that seems too perfect to be mere chance, perhaps pause to consider whether you might be glimpsing one of history's hidden patterns, a moment where the veil between chaos and order momentarily parts to reveal something profound about the nature of time itself. Throughout history, figures have emerged claiming to possess knowledge of events yet to unfold. From ancient oracles to medieval seers, these prophets have left behind cryptic predictions that continue to fascinate and perplex us centuries later. But among these countless forecasts, a select few stand out for their apparent accuracy in foretelling specific events. These predictions, made decades or even centuries before their apparent fulfillment, raise profound questions about the nature of time, consciousness, and human potential. Perhaps no prophetic figure has captured popular imagination quite like Michel de Nostradame, better known as Nostradamus. This 16th century French physician and astrologer published his magnum opus, Les Prophéties, in 1555, consisting of nearly 1,000 quatrains organized into centuries. Written in deliberately obscure language mixing French, Latin, Greek, and Provençal, these quatrains have been credited with predicting everything from the Great Fire of London to the rise of Adolf Hitler. One of his most frequently cited predictions concerns the death of King Henry II of France. In 1555, Nostradamus wrote, "The young lion will overcome the older one on the field of combat in a single battle. He will pierce his eyes through a golden cage, 2 wounds made one, then he dies a cruel death." Just 4 years later, during a jousting tournament celebrating the marriage of his daughter, King Henry faced the young Count Montgomery. Despite wearing gilded armor, a golden cage of sorts, both men carried lances. During their match, Montgomery's lance shattered against the king's helmet, sending wooden splinters through the eye slit into both his eye and brain. After suffering for 10 agonizing days, Henry died from his wounds. The specific details, the young lion, the golden cage, the eye wounds, and the cruel death align with remarkable precision to Nostradamus's quatrain. Another quatrain that has drawn significant attention states, "From the depths of the west of Europe, a young child will be born of poor people. He who by his tongue will seduce a great troop by his fame, his noise in the realm of the east will increase." Some scholars interpret this as predicting the rise of Adolf Hitler, born to a modest family in Western Europe, whose oratorical skills captivated millions and whose actions indeed caused tremendous upheaval in Eastern Europe. Perhaps most chilling are the quatrains that some believe foretold the September 11th attacks. "The sky will burn at 45 degrees. Fire approaches the great new city. By fire, he will destroy their city. a cold and cruel heart, blood will pour. New York City indeed lies near the 41st degree of latitude, and the imagery of fire destroying a great city resonates uncomfortably with the tragic events of 2001. Yet Nostradamus is far from the only historical figure credited with successful prophecies. The Roman statesman Cicero recorded a dream had by Julius Caesar's wife, Calpurnia, the night before his assassination. She reportedly dreamed of holding her husband's bloody body and warned him not to attend the Senate meeting the following day. Caesar dismissed her concerns and met his fate at the hands of conspirators, including his trusted friend Brutus. Moving eastward, ancient Chinese records document the prophecies of Shaoyang, an 11th century philosopher and cosmologist. His work Zhou Yiken Tong Qi contained calculations that many interpret as predicting the exact years of major Chinese dynastic changes centuries before they occurred, including the fall of the Ming dynasty in 1644 and the establishment of communist rule in 1949. Indigenous American traditions likewise contain remarkable prophetic elements. The Hopi prediction of flying gourd full of ashes that would bring devastation has been interpreted by some as foretelling nuclear weapons. Similarly, the Maya prophecy concerning the end of a major calendar cycle in 2012 did not predict the world's end as popularly misrepresented, but rather a significant transition period marked by environmental challenges and social upheaval conditions that many would argue characterize our current era. But perhaps the most specific and well-documented prophecies come from religious traditions. In the 6th century BCE, the Hebrew prophet Daniel provided remarkably detailed predictions about the rise and fall of several empires, including specific descriptions of Alexander the Great's conquests and the subsequent division of his empire among 4 generals. Written centuries before these events occurred, these prophecies record historical developments with such precision that skeptics have argued they must have been written after the fact, despite substantial evidence supporting their earlier dating. Similarly, the ancient Greek oracle of Delphi made numerous predictions that later came to pass. When King Croesus of Lydia consulted the oracle about attacking Persia, he received the ambiguous response that, if he attacked, a great empire would fall. Interpreting this favorably, Croesus launched his campaign, only to discover too late that the empire destined to fall was his own. The oracle's deliberately ambiguous phrasing allowed for multiple interpretations, a common feature of many prophetic traditions. What are we to make of these apparent successes in foretelling the future? Several possibilities present themselves, each with profound implications. The simplest explanation is selective interpretation and hindsight bias. Prophetic texts, particularly those of Nostradamus, are typically written in vague, symbolic language that could apply to numerous events. From thousands of such predictions, a few will inevitably seem to match later occurrences by chance alone. We remember the hits and forget the misses, creating an illusion of prophetic accuracy. A more intriguing possibility involves intuition and pattern recognition. The human mind excels at detecting patterns across vast datasets, often subconsciously. Perhaps prophets throughout history possessed exceptional sensitivity to subtle historical trends, allowing them to extrapolate future developments with greater accuracy than their contemporaries. This would represent not supernatural foresight, but an enhanced version of the same cognitive processes that allow modern analysts to forecast geopolitical developments. More controversial explanations involve the nature of time itself. Some theoretical physicists propose that past, present, and future exist simultaneously in what is known as a block universe. If time is not strictly linear, but rather a dimension we perceive sequentially, then perhaps certain individuals throughout history have glimpsed events from what we consider the future through dreams, visions, or altered states of consciousness. Quantum mechanics offers another perspective with its suggestion that multiple potential futures exist simultaneously until collapsed by observation. Perhaps prophets somehow access these probability waves, perceiving likely outcomes before they materialize. The accuracy of ancient prophecies remains a subject of ongoing debate among historians, psychologists, and philosophers. Whether the result of extraordinary intuition, statistical inevitability, or phenomena yet unexplained by science, these predictions remind us that human consciousness may possess capabilities beyond our current understanding. As you contemplate these historical prophecies and their apparent fulfillments, consider this final thought: does knowledge of a prediction influence its fulfillment? Might prophecies function as self-fulfilling or self-negating based on how they shape human behavior? In a universe of cause and effect, perhaps prophecy itself is both effect and cause, both glimpse of a potential future, an agent in its creation or prevention. Throughout human history, one pattern emerges with tragic regularity: the systematic destruction of accumulated knowledge. From ancient times to the present day, vast repositories of information have been reduced to ashes, often deliberately, creating intellectual black holes that humanity has struggled to fill. These episodes of destruction represent more than mere loss of books or artifacts. They mark profound ruptures in our collective memory and understanding. No discussion of lost knowledge can begin without mentioning the Library of Alexandria, perhaps history's most renowned intellectual tragedy. Established in the 3rd century BCE under the Ptolemaic dynasty, this magnificent institution housed between 400,000 and 700,000 scrolls, according to various estimates. It contained works from across the known world, with agents of the Ptolemies instructed to purchase books from every land. Ships docking at Alexandria were required to surrender any written works for copying, with the copies returned to the ships while originals remained in the library. Through these methods, the library amassed an unparalleled collection of mathematics, astronomy, literature, medicine, and philosophy from Greek, Egyptian, Babylonian, and numerous other traditions. The destruction of this irreplaceable repository did not occur in a single catastrophic event, as popular imagination often portrays. Rather, it suffered a series of devastating blows over centuries. Julius Caesar's fire in 48 BCE likely damaged or destroyed significant portions during his Alexandrian War. Later, Emperor Aurelian's campaigns in the 3rd century CE brought further destruction. The decree of Theophilus, Patriarch of Alexandria, in 391 CE led to the razing of the Serapeium, which housed at least part of the collection. What knowledge was lost in these successive destructions? We know of countless works only through references in surviving texts. Aristarchus's heliocentric model of the solar system, predating Copernicus by nearly 2,000 years. Medical works of Herophilus, who first distinguished between arteries and veins. Hundreds of plays by the great Greek dramatists. Only 15% of Euripides' work survives today. With these lost texts vanished not just information, but entire frameworks of understanding that might have altered the course of human development. Moving eastward across continents and centuries, we encounter another devastating loss in the Mongol sack of Baghdad in 1258. The House of Wisdom, established in the early 9th century by Caliph Harun al-Rashid and expanded by his successor al-Mamun, represented the intellectual heart of the Islamic Golden Age. Here, works in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, chemistry, zoology, and geography were not just preserved, but expanded upon through original research. When Mongol forces under Hulagu Khan besieged Baghdad, contemporary accounts describe the Tigris River running black with ink as countless books were thrown into the water. Survivors reported that the Mongols used the leather bindings of books as sandals. The destruction was so complete that some historians mark this event as the end of the Islamic Golden Age itself. Works on optics, medicine, and mathematics that had preserved and expanded upon Greek knowledge were lost forever, creating a scientific setback whose full dimensions we can only estimate. A parallel tragedy unfolded in the Americas during the Spanish conquest. When the conquistadors encountered the sophisticated civilizations of Mesoamerica, they found cultures with complex writing systems and extensive libraries of knowledge. The Maya, in particular, recorded astronomical observations, mathematical calculations, religious concepts, and historical records in their distinctive hieroglyphic codices. In 1562, Bishop Diego de Landa ordered the collection and burning of these codices, declaring, "We found a large number of books in these characters, and as they contained nothing in which there was not to be seen superstition and lies of the devil, we burned them all, which they regretted to an amazing degree, and which caused them much affliction." Of the thousands of Maya codices that once existed, only 4 have survived to the present day. The Dresden Codex, the Madrid Codex, the Paris Codex, and the Grolier Codex represent mere fragments of an entire intellectual tradition. From these surviving texts, we know the Maya had calculated the length of the solar year to greater accuracy than Europeans of the same period, and had tracked Venus's movements with remarkable precision. What other knowledge might have been contained in those thousands of burned texts? Mathematics, medicine, history spanning back centuries, all consigned to flames due to cultural misunderstanding and religious zealotry. Similar destruction occurred with Aztec codices. When Hernán Cortés and his men conquered Tenochtitlan in 1521, they encountered vast libraries housing knowledge accumulated over centuries. These Amoxtli, as the Aztecs called their books, contained detailed information on astronomy, medicine, botany, history, and religious practices. Nearly all were systematically destroyed, with only about 20 surviving to the present day. The loss extends beyond written knowledge. The Spanish melted down countless gold and silver artifacts of immense cultural and artistic significance. These objects contain not just material value, but embodied technical knowledge about metallurgy and craftsmanship developed over generations. With their destruction, technical processes and artistic traditions developed over centuries vanished almost overnight. In China, the burning of books and burying of scholars, ordered by Emperor Qin Shi Huang in 213 BCE, marked one of history's most deliberate attempts to control information. Seeking to strengthen his newly unified empire, the emperor commanded that all books not dealing with practical subjects like agriculture, medicine, or divination be burned. Works of philosophy, poetry, and history, especially records of other states, were specifically targeted. Scholars who resisted this purge reportedly faced execution, with historical accounts claiming 461 intellectuals were buried alive. While modern historians debate the scale of these atrocities, the cultural impact remains undeniable. Works from the 100 schools of thought period, representing diverse philosophical traditions, were lost forever, leaving gaps in our understanding of early Chinese intellectual development. This pattern of destruction continued into the modern era. When Nazi forces occupied territories across Europe during World War II, they systematically looted and destroyed libraries, archives, and cultural institutions. The Jewish Scientific Institute in Vilna, Lithuania, contained over 100,000 rare books and manuscripts. The Nazis destroyed most of these materials, with some sent to Germany for a planned museum of an extinct race. Similarly, during the Khmer Rouge regime in Cambodia from 1975 to 1979, the dictator Pol Pot's radical policies included targeting intellectuals and destroying books. Libraries were ransacked, books burned, and educated citizens executed in a systematic attempt to eliminate traditional knowledge and reshape society. An estimated 80% of Cambodia's teachers were killed, representing not just individual tragedies, but the disruption of knowledge transmission across generations. What patterns emerge from these recurring episodes of knowledge destruction? Several factors appear with disturbing regularity throughout history. First, political transitions and conquests create vulnerable periods when knowledge repositories face heightened risk. The Library of Alexandria suffered during Egypt's transition from Ptolemaic to Roman rule. The House of Wisdom was destroyed during the Mongol conquests. Political instability often precedes cultural devastation. Second, ideological zeal frequently motivates the deliberate targeting of knowledge. Whether religious fervor, as with the Spanish missionaries in the Americas, or political extremism, as with the Khmer Rouge, totalizing worldviews often perceive alternative forms of knowledge as threatening. The impulse to eliminate competing ideas proves remarkably consistent across cultures and time periods. Third, the destruction of knowledge typically accompanies attempts to erase cultural identity. By eliminating a people's intellectual heritage, conquerors and ideologues seek to control not just territory but memory itself. This pattern appears with remarkable consistency from ancient Mesopotamia to 20th century Cambodia. Perhaps most troubling is how these episodes create cascading intellectual losses. When knowledge repositories are destroyed, we lose not just the information they contained, but the potential discoveries and innovations that might have emerged from that foundation. How might Western science have developed if the mechanical models of Archimedes and the astronomical calculations of Hypatia had survived intact? What medical treatments described in Maya codices might have benefited humanity? These questions highlight the exponential nature of intellectual loss. The destruction of knowledge creates gaps in our understanding that can take centuries to rediscover, if they're recovered at all. After the burning of the Library of Alexandria and the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, mathematical concepts like algebra and trigonometry had to be redeveloped. Medical knowledge about anatomy, surgery, and treatment of diseases regressed significantly, not returning to comparable levels until the Renaissance or later. Yet amid this sobering historical pattern, countervailing forces of knowledge preservation emerge. Throughout history, individuals and communities have risked their lives to protect endangered knowledge. When the Byzantine Empire fell to Ottoman forces in 1453, Greek scholars fled westward carrying precious manuscripts, helping spark the Renaissance. During World War II, librarians and citizens across Europe hid valuable books and documents in caves, basements, and remote locations to protect them from destruction. Perhaps most remarkable was the community of Timbuktu in Mali, where families maintained private libraries of precious manuscripts for centuries. When Al-Qaeda militants occupied the city in 2012, local inhabitants smuggled over 350,000 manuscripts to safety, often hiding them in ordinary fruit boxes and transporting them by donkey cart under cover of darkness. This extraordinary effort saved irreplaceable documents covering subjects from astronomy and mathematics to poetry and music. Digital preservation offers new hope against physical destruction. Projects like the Digital Library of Alexandria and Google's book scanning initiative create redundant copies of humanity's intellectual heritage. Yet digital preservation brings its own vulnerabilities: format obsolescence, hardware decay, and the need for stable power and maintenance, all present challenges for long-term knowledge survival. As you contemplate this recurring pattern of knowledge destruction, consider this unsettling possibility: might we currently be living through another period of knowledge vulnerability? In an age of information abundance, we face different threats: digital decay, link rot, proprietary formats, and the sheer volume of information that makes preservation increasingly challenging. Are we inadvertently creating future gaps in our collective understanding through these new forms of knowledge fragility? History's pattern of repeated knowledge destruction reminds us that intellectual heritage requires active protection. The transmission of human understanding across generations remains surprisingly fragile, vulnerable to the chaos of political upheaval, the flames of ideological fervor, and the simple ravages of time. Perhaps recognizing this pattern is the first step toward ensuring we don't add another tragic chapter to this aspect of human history. Throughout the ancient world, across continents separated by vast oceans and seemingly insurmountable geographical barriers, a curious pattern emerges from the mists of prehistory. Diverse civilizations, developing in isolation from one another, independently created remarkably similar religious figures, a serpent deity or serpent-like god that often brought knowledge, civilization, and spiritual wisdom to humanity. This pattern challenges our understanding of cultural development. How did civilizations with no known contact develop such strikingly similar divine figures? Is this convergent evolution of religious concepts the result of universal human psychology, or might it hint at forgotten connections between ancient peoples? As we explore this enigmatic pattern, prepare to question assumptions about the isolated development of human cultures. Perhaps the most famous serpent deity comes from Mesoamerica. Quetzalcoatl, whose name translates to feathered serpent, stood as one of the most important gods in the Aztec pantheon. Depicted as a plumed serpent or a human with serpentine features, Quetzalcoatl represented the boundary between earth and sky, matter and spirit. More than just a powerful deity, he was credited with creating humanity, discovering maize corn, inventing the calendar, and bringing agriculture and civilization to the people. Similar beliefs existed among the Maya, who called this deity Kukulkan. Temple pyramids dedicated to this feathered serpent deity still stand at Chichen Itza in Mexico, where twice yearly at the spring and autumn equinoxes, the afternoon sun creates a pattern of light and shadow that resembles a serpent descending the pyramid's staircase. This architectural achievement demonstrates not only advanced astronomical knowledge, but the central importance of the serpent deity in Maya cosmology. Far across the Pacific Ocean, ancient China developed its own serpent-associated deities. The dragon, long considered emblematic of Chinese culture, often displayed distinctly serpentine characteristics. But more specific parallels emerge with Fuxi and Nuwa, primordial deities depicted with human upper bodies and serpent or dragon lower bodies. According to Chinese mythology, Fuxi brought writing, fishing, trapping, and domestication of animals to humanity, creating the foundations of civilization, much as Quetzalcoatl did in Mesoamerica. Moving westward to India, we encounter the Nagas, serpent deities that occupy an important place in Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain traditions. These semi-divine beings possess human features from the waist up and snake characteristics below. They are associated with water, fertility, and guardianship of treasure, especially spiritual knowledge. The mythology surrounding the Buddha often includes Nagas, with the serpent king Mukalinda sheltering the meditating Buddha from a storm. In ancient Egypt, the uraeus, the rearing cobra, became a symbol of sovereignty and divine authority, adorning the crowns of pharaohs. The goddess Wadjet, depicted as a cobra, served as protector of Lower Egypt. More significantly, Apophis and other serpent deities represented cosmic forces in Egyptian mythology. The god Set was sometimes depicted battling Apophis, the great serpent of chaos, in a motif that would find parallels across multiple cultures. Turning to Mesopotamia, we find Ningishzida, a Sumerian deity associated with the underworld and depicted as a serpent with a human head. Sometimes shown with horned serpents coiling around a central staff, a motif strikingly similar to the modern medical caduceus symbol. This deity served as throne bearer to the god Anu and played a role in vegetation cycles and fertility. The Phoenicians and Canaanites worshipped Dagon, often associated with fertility, agriculture, and fishing. While sometimes depicted as a fish god, many representations show him with serpentine elements. His worship spread throughout the Mediterranean, influencing multiple cultures across the region. Even in remote Polynesia, serpent deities figured prominently. The Fijian creator god Dje appears as a snake, sometimes with a human head, who created the Fijian islands and established social order. Similar serpent gods appear throughout Oceania, often associated with creation myths and the establishment of human societies. Northern European traditions contain their own serpent figures. The Midgard serpent Jormungandr of Norse mythology encircles the entire world, grasping its own tail in a perfect Ouroboros. Though typically portrayed as antagonistic to the gods rather than beneficial, this world serpent represents cosmic order and cycles similar to serpent deities elsewhere. Even in sub-Saharan Africa, serpent deities maintain prominence. The rainbow serpent Ayahuasca of Vodun and related traditions represents healing, wisdom, and the connection between worlds. Similar rainbow serpent beliefs appear in various African cultures, often associated with water, fertility, and the connection between the physical and spiritual realms. The prevalence of these serpent deities raises profound questions. How did cultures separated by oceans, mountains, and deserts develop such similar religious concepts? Several theories attempt to explain this remarkable convergence. The simplest explanation involves common human psychology. Snakes evoke powerful reactions across cultures, their ability to shed skin suggesting rebirth and immortality, their venomous bite representing both danger and potential medicine, and their movement close to the earth connecting them to both the underworld and agricultural fertility. Perhaps these universal associations naturally led diverse cultures to independently develop similar serpent deities. Another possibility involves astronomical observations. Many serpent gods relate to celestial phenomena. The Milky Way, when viewed during certain seasons, resembles a giant serpent crossing the sky. Solar eclipses, with the moon's shadow appearing to swallow the sun, might suggest a cosmic serpent devouring light. These universal astronomical events could inspire similar mythological interpretations worldwide. More controversial theories propose actual contact between these supposedly isolated civilizations. Some researchers point to striking similarities in temple architecture, mathematical knowledge, and agricultural practices as evidence of cultural diffusion. The serpent deity, in this view, might represent a religious concept that spread through forgotten trade networks or ancient voyages not recorded in conventional history. Genetic and linguistic studies increasingly suggest human migration patterns more complex than previously understood. Recent archaeological discoveries have repeatedly pushed back the dates of human seafaring capabilities. Might these serpent gods preserve the memory of actual cultural contact in prehistory? Some researchers have noted the connection between serpent deities and the development of agriculture across cultures. Snakes' cyclical shedding of skin parallels agricultural seasons, while their emergence from the earth mirrors the growth of crops. As agricultural knowledge spread between regions in prehistory, did serpent symbolism travel alongside farming techniques? The question becomes more intriguing when we consider the consistent association between serpent gods and knowledge or wisdom. From Quetzalcoatl teaching agriculture to humanity, to the biblical serpent offering the fruit of knowledge, to Nagas guarding spiritual wisdom, the connection between serpents and enlightenment spans diverse traditions. This association appears too specific to be mere coincidence, yet too widespread to be explained by conventional historical contact. Modern interpretations sometimes suggest these serpent deities might represent an intuitive human understanding of DNA and genetic inheritance. The double helix structure of DNA bears a striking resemblance to intertwined serpents, a motif appearing repeatedly in ancient art from caduceus staffs to Kundalini energy concepts. While speculative, this perspective raises fascinating questions about ancestral knowledge encoded in myth and symbol. Psychological interpretations offer another lens. Carl Jung proposed the concept of the collective unconscious shared symbolic archetypes emerging across cultures regardless of contact. The serpent, in Jungian analysis, represents transformation, healing, and primordial wisdom, an unconscious symbol naturally emerging in diverse human societies. Some anthropologists suggest these similarities might reflect common human experiences with psychoactive substances. Many traditional cultures used entheogenic plants containing compounds like DMT and psilocybin in religious contexts. These substances often produce serpentine visual hallucinations across cultures, possibly explaining why separate societies developed similar serpent imagery in their spiritual traditions. Whatever explanation we favor, the widespread appearance of serpent deities challenges simplistic views of cultural development. These similarities suggest either universal aspects of human psychology, astronomical interpretation, or historical connections far more extensive than conventional archaeology has recognized. As conventional historical narratives face revision through new archaeological discoveries and genetic analysis, the serpent gods stand as a reminder that ancient cultures may have been far more connected or far more similar in their independent development than we have traditionally believed. Perhaps most intriguing is how these serpent deities continue to capture human imagination across cultures and time periods. From ancient temple carvings to modern fantasy literature, the serpent as a symbol of wisdom, transformation, and cosmic cycles maintains its power to fascinate. This enduring resonance across millennia suggests these symbols connect to something fundamental in human experience, something that transcends particular cultures and speaks to universal aspects of consciousness itself. As you contemplate these mysterious parallels, consider what other aspects of ancient cultures might reveal forgotten connections or universal human patterns. The serpent gods, coiling through history across separated continents, remind us that the story of human cultural development remains far from completely understood, with mysteries that continue to invite exploration and interpretation. Imagine walking through an ancient temple in Cambodia, gazing up at intricate carvings from 1,000 years ago. Among the unfamiliar deities and forgotten rituals, something catches your eye, a symbol you recognize. Not from this temple, but from pottery you saw in a museum exhibition about Native American cultures. The same symbol also adorns Celtic artifacts from Iron Age Europe, appears in Australian Aboriginal rock art, and was carved into stone by ancient Egyptians. This peculiar phenomenon, identical or strikingly similar symbols appearing independently across cultures separated by vast oceans and millennia, represents one of history's most persistent mysteries. The swastika presents perhaps the most compelling case of universal symbolism. Today, its meaning has been forever tainted by 20th century events, but for thousands of years prior, this symbol appeared across virtually every inhabited continent. In ancient India, the swastika represented good fortune and prosperity. In China, it became a symbol of eternity. Native American tribes from the Navajo to the Hopi incorporated it into their sacred art. It appeared on Greek coins, adorned Viking runestones, and decorated early Christian catacombs. How did this specific geometric pattern independently emerge in so many unconnected cultures? The conventional explanation suggests that the swastika's simple geometric form makes it an obvious design that various societies would naturally discover. Yet this explanation feels insufficient when we consider the countless possible geometric arrangements that could have been chosen. Why this specific pattern? Some researchers propose that certain symbols resonate with the human mind at a fundamental level, perhaps even reflecting the structure of our consciousness. Carl Jung, the famed psychoanalyst, developed the concept of the collective unconscious, a shared repository of archetypes and symbols that transcend cultural boundaries. Could the universal appearance of symbols like the swastika reflect some deeper psychological truth about human perception? The eye is another symbol that transcends cultural boundaries with remarkable consistency. The Eye of Horus in ancient Egypt, the Eye of Providence in Western esoteric traditions, the third eye in Hinduism and Buddhism, and the evil eye across Mediterranean cultures, all share core symbolic attributes despite emerging in separate cultural contexts. They generally represent divine awareness, spiritual insight, and protective power. Perhaps most intriguing is how these symbols maintain not just their form, but also their essential meaning across disparate civilizations. The serpent, for instance, appears in virtually every mythology worldwide with striking symbolic consistency. From the feathered serpent of Mesoamerica to the rainbow serpent of Aboriginal Australia, from the Naga of Hindu traditions to the serpent in the Garden of Eden, this creature consistently embodies dual aspects of creation and destruction, wisdom and temptation, healing and harm. In ancient Greece, the rod of Asclepius, a serpent wrapped around a staff, represented medicine and healing. Remarkably similar symbolism appears in the Bible with the bronze serpent raised by Moses to heal the Israelites. In Hinduism, Kundalini energy is portrayed as a coiled serpent. These civilizations had no contact, yet all associated serpents with transformative healing energy. The Tree of Life offers another example of symbolic consistency across cultures. This cosmic tree connecting different realms of existence appears in Norse mythology as Yggdrasil, in Mesoamerican cosmology as the World Tree, in ancient Mesopotamia as the Hullapu tree, and in Jewish Kabbalah as the Sephirot. Each represents an axis connecting heaven, earth, and underworld, a cosmic structure bringing order to the universe. Some archaeologists and anthropologists suggest practical explanations for these similarities. The cross, for instance, might be universal simply because it represents the meeting of two lines, one of the simplest ways to create a significant marker. The spiral could reflect observations of natural phenomena like whirlpools, galaxies, or unfurling ferns. The triangle might naturally emerge as the simplest stable structure in architecture across cultures. Yet these explanations fail to account for the consistent symbolic meanings attached to these forms. Why should spirals consistently represent cycles of time and spiritual evolution? Why do triangles so often symbolize divine trinities or the reconciliation of opposing forces? A more controversial theory suggests these similarities might reflect humanity's shared origins or forgotten contact between ancient cultures. Diffusionists argue that symbols, myths, and architectural techniques may have spread through global networks of contact that mainstream archaeology has yet to fully acknowledge. While most archaeologists remain skeptical of extensive prehistoric global contact, discoveries like pre-Columbian tobacco residue in Egyptian mummies and disputed transoceanic voyages continue to challenge our understanding of ancient isolation. Another possibility is that certain symbols emerge from universal human experiences. All humans observe the same celestial bodies, experience the same basic emotions, and navigate similar social structures. The sun, moon, and stars naturally become powerful symbols everywhere. Birth, death, and fertility inevitably take on profound symbolic importance across cultures. Take the hand symbol, which appears in cave art worldwide dating back tens of thousands of years. From the negative handprints at Argentina's Cueva de las Manos to similar images in Indonesia, Spain, and Australia, these impressions speak to a universal human impulse to mark one's existence. The Hamsa hand protection amulet appears with remarkable consistency across Middle Eastern and Mediterranean cultures, while mudras in Hindu and Buddhist traditions use specific hand positions to channel spiritual energies. The mandala pattern presents another fascinating case of cross-cultural symbolism. These circular designs with radiating geometric patterns appear in Tibetan Buddhism, Native American sand paintings, Celtic art, and Hindu yantra designs. Psychologist Carl Jung observed that mandala patterns often emerge spontaneously in the artwork of his patients during periods of psychological transformation, suggesting these patterns might reflect universal structures of the human psyche organizing itself toward wholeness. Modern neuroscience offers another potential explanation. Research into altered states of consciousness reveals that certain geometric patterns, including spirals, grids, zigzags, and nested curves, consistently emerge in human visual perception during meditation, sensory deprivation, or psychedelic experiences. These form constants appear to reflect the fundamental structure of our visual cortex. Ancient shamans and priests experiencing altered states might have encountered these patterns and incorporated them into their spiritual symbolism, explaining certain cross-cultural consistencies. The persistence of certain number patterns also defies coincidence. The division of time into 12-month cycles appears across many ancient calendars. 7-day periods emerge in multiple cultures. Threefold and fourfold classifications structure diverse mythologies. These numerical patterns often reflect astronomical observations. The 12 lunar cycles in a solar year, the 4 phases of the moon, the 7 visible planets, suggesting that our shared cosmic environment shapes symbolic thinking in predictable ways. Most perplexing of all are complex symbols that appear with suspicious similarity across isolated civilizations. The interlocked double tetrahedron structure known as the Star of David in Judaism appears nearly identically in Hindu yantra designs and in Robert Flood's 17th century alchemical drawings. The geometric flower of life pattern, featuring overlapping circles arranged in perfect six-fold symmetry, appears in ancient Egyptian temples, early Byzantine churches, Japanese shrines, and the ancient synagogue at Galilee. As you contemplate these mysterious symbolic echoes across time and space, consider that perhaps we have been asking the wrong question. Rather than wondering how isolated cultures developed identical symbols, we might instead ask whether these symbols reveal something fundamental about human consciousness itself. Universal patterns through which we instinctively organize our perception of reality. Perhaps these symbols persist precisely because they speak to something essential in the human experience, archetypal patterns that help us make sense of our existence. As above, so below. The microcosm reflects the macrocosm. In endless variations across cultures and epochs, humanity continues to rediscover the same symbolic language, a hidden geometry connecting our inner experience to the outer cosmos. What symbolic mysteries might still await discovery in remote archaeological sites or forgotten manuscripts? And what might these ancient patterns reveal about the nature of consciousness itself? The quest continues, with each new discovery adding another piece to humanity's oldest puzzle. Throughout recorded history, civilizations have risen and fallen in patterns that some researchers believe follow a cosmic rhythm, a great cycle approximately 12,000 years in duration that brings periodic cataclysms reshaping the face of our planet. This controversial theory suggests that Earth experiences regular catastrophic events that reset human civilization, forcing survivors to rebuild from the ashes of forgotten worlds. The evidence for this cycle emerges from diverse sources: geological records showing sudden climate shifts, ancient myths describing world-destroying floods, astronomical alignments marking vast stretches of time, and puzzling architectural achievements suggesting advanced knowledge in supposedly primitive eras. Consider the end of the last ice age approximately 11,600 years ago, a period marked by extraordinary global changes. Sea levels rose dramatically as ice sheets melted, submerging vast coastal regions. Hundreds of species of megafauna disappeared in a geological instant. Climate patterns transformed radically, and curiously, this timing coincides with flood myths that appear with remarkable consistency across disconnected ancient cultures. From the Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh to the Hebrew account of Noah, from Greek tales of Deucalion to the Maya Popol Vuh, virtually every ancient culture preserves stories of a great deluge that nearly destroyed humanity. Most intriguing is how these narratives share specific details: divine warning given to a chosen individual, animals preserved on vessels, mountains emerging as first refuges, and civilization restarting from a small group of survivors. Could these myths preserve fragmented memories of a real global catastrophe at the end of the last glacial period? Geologist Robert Schoch of Boston University points to evidence of massive water erosion on the Great Sphinx of Egypt, suggesting it may be thousands of years older than conventionally believed and may have witnessed these ancient cataclysms. Proponents of the cyclical catastrophe theory, like author Graham Hancock, suggest we are approaching another inflection point in this great cycle. They point to the astronomical phenomenon known as the precession of the equinoxes, the gradual shifting of Earth's axial orientation that completes one cycle every 25,920 years. Half of this cycle, roughly 12,000 years, marks the movement from one extreme of Earth's wobble to another. This astronomical cycle was well known to ancient peoples. The Hindu time system describes cosmic cycles called yugas, with the destructive Kali Yuga lasting 1,200 divine years. The Maya long count calendar tracked vast time periods and reportedly predicted major transitions. Even Plato mentioned great cycles of destruction by fire and water in his dialogue Timaeus. What makes this theory particularly compelling is the growing geological evidence for sudden, dramatic climate shifts. Ice core samples from Greenland reveal that around 12,800 years ago, Earth plunged into a period called the Younger Dryas, a sudden return to Ice Age conditions lasting over 1,000 years, followed by equally rapid warming. This climatic whiplash coincides with the extinction of many North American megafauna species, and possibly the disappearance of the Clovis culture. What could cause such dramatic climate shifts? One controversial theory suggests Earth periodically passes through dense fields of cosmic debris, perhaps from the torrid meteor stream, triggering meteor impacts and massive wildfires. Evidence for this includes geological layers from the Younger Dryas boundary containing unusual materials like nanodiamonds, magnetic spherules, and elevated platinum levels, signatures consistent with cosmic impacts. Another hypothesis proposes that solar activity follows long-term cycles, with periods of intense solar flares or coronal mass ejections capable of disrupting Earth's magnetic field and climate systems. Ancient civilizations showed remarkable interest in solar observation, constructing sophisticated astronomical monuments like Stonehenge, Newgrange, and numerous Mesoamerican structures precisely aligned with solar events. Perhaps most intriguing is evidence suggesting advanced prehistoric knowledge of these cycles. The mysterious Göbekli Tepe complex in Turkey, dating to approximately 9600 BCE, exactly during the Younger Dryas transition, features sophisticated stone monuments with carvings that some researchers interpret as recording astronomical events, possibly including the cometary impact believed to have triggered the Younger Dryas cooling. Similarly, researchers like engineer Robert Bovell have demonstrated that the Egyptian pyramids precisely mirror the arrangement of stars in Orion's belt as they appeared around 10,500 BCE, thousands of years before the pyramids were officially built. Could these monuments encode knowledge of previous world ages and their destruction? Ancient Sanskrit texts describe previous world ages with advanced technology lost during periodic destructions. Greek philosophers spoke of the advanced civilization of Atlantis destroyed by natural catastrophes. Indigenous oral histories from Australia to North America describe coastlines changing and lands submerging under rising waters, events now confirmed by post-ice age sea level rises. If such a cycle exists, what might trigger these periodic cataclysms? Some researchers point to the hypothesis that our solar system has a distant companion star, sometimes called Nemesis, whose long orbit periodically disturbs the Oort cloud, sending comets into the inner solar system. Others suggest our solar system cyclically passes through the galactic plane, encountering greater cosmic dust densities and gravitational disturbances. The discovery of the Hiawatha crater beneath Greenland's ice sheet, potentially dating to the Younger Dryas onset, has renewed scientific interest in cosmic impact theories. Similarly, Underwater structures like those off Japan's Yonaguni Island and India's Gulf of Cambay hint at submerged settlements dating to periods when sea levels were much lower, suggesting advanced coastal civilizations lost to rising waters. What would such a cycle mean for our future? Proponents of this theory point to increasing cometary activity, shifting magnetic poles, and climate instability as potential warning signs of an approaching cyclical transition. The rapid melting of ice sheets mirrors processes that occurred at the end of the last ice age. Solar activity continues showing patterns that could impact Earth's climate and electromagnetic systems. Mainstream geologists and archaeologists remain skeptical of these interpretations, offering alternative explanations for much of this evidence. The younger Dryas cooling might result from disrupted ocean circulation patterns rather than cosmic impacts. Ancient monuments might reflect gradual cultural development rather than inherited knowledge from lost civilizations. Flood myths might exaggerate local flooding events rather than preserve memories of global catastrophes. Yet the patterns persist. The dating of major geological and archaeological transitions continues clustering around multiples of this approximately 12,000-year cycle. Ancient astronomical monuments continue showing unexpected precision in tracking celestial movements associated with these long time periods. And unusual geological evidence like platinum anomalies and nanodiamonds at key stratigraphic boundaries continue challenging conventional explanatory frameworks. Perhaps most compelling is how this theory bridges the gap between science and mythology. Throughout human history, cultures have preserved warnings about cyclical destructions and rebirths. The Norse described Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods, when fire and flood would destroy the world before its renewal. Hinduism teaches that Shiva's cosmic dance destroys one world age to create the next. Maya calendar systems tracked vast cosmic cycles with expected periods of transition and transformation. Were these simply metaphorical understandings of natural processes, or did they encode precise knowledge of cosmic cycles? As we approach what some believe could be another inflection point in this great cycle, perhaps ancient wisdom and modern science might together provide insights that neither could achieve alone. Whether or not this 12,000-year cataclysm cycle proves scientifically valid, its study reveals something profound about human civilization. Our persistent effort to understand our place within vast cosmic rhythms and our determination to preserve knowledge across the greatest gulfs of time. Perhaps that enduring human spirit represents the true cycle that cannot be broken, even by the greatest cataclysms. Throughout human history, entire civilizations have vanished with such completeness that they challenge our understanding of societal collapse. These disappearances rarely happen overnight. Instead, they often unfold as slow-motion catastrophes, leaving behind empty cities, abandoned monuments, and profound questions. What forces could cause thousands or even millions of people to abandon their homes, their temples, and the cultural achievements of generations? The Maya civilization represents one of history's most perplexing disappearances. At their peak during the Classic period from 250 to 900 CE, the Maya built sophisticated cities across Central America with populations numbering in the millions. Their achievements included an advanced writing system, precise astronomical knowledge, complex mathematical concepts including the zero, and towering pyramid temples that still pierce the jungle canopy. Yet by the time Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, these magnificent cities stood abandoned, overtaken by forest. The collapse occurred primarily during the 9th century, when construction ceased, monuments were no longer commissioned, and populations declined dramatically. What triggered this slow-motion abandonment of one of the most advanced civilizations in the Americas? Climate studies have revealed compelling evidence for severe droughts during this period. Lake sediment cores and cave stalagmites show decreased rainfall coinciding precisely with the Maya collapse. The Maya heartland, with its porous limestone geology, was particularly vulnerable to drought, as few surface rivers exist and communities depended on seasonal rainfall collected in reservoirs. Evidence suggests Maya rulers responded to initial water shortages by commissioning ever more elaborate rain-making ceremonies and temple construction, inadvertently accelerating deforestation and soil erosion. As conditions worsened, political fragmentation occurred. Rising warfare between city-states appears in archaeological evidence and inscriptions describing conflicts. Eventually, people simply walked away from once thriving urban centers, returning to smaller-scale village life or migrating to regions with more reliable water sources. The Maya disappearance holds particular intrigue because it wasn't complete. Maya people still inhabit the region today, speaking descended languages and maintaining certain traditions. Yet the sophisticated writing system was lost, along with much of their astronomical knowledge and architectural techniques. This selective cultural amnesia raises profound questions about how civilizations can lose their most advanced achievements while basic cultural elements persist. Similarly mysterious is the fate of the Indus Valley civilization, which flourished across parts of modern Pakistan and northwestern India from approximately 3300 to 1300 BCE. At its peak, this Bronze Age civilization boasted remarkably sophisticated urban planning with grid-patterned streets, standardized brick architecture, advanced drainage systems, and public baths far ahead of their time. Major cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa housed populations estimated at over 40,000 people each. Yet despite this complexity, the Indus civilization vanished so completely that its existence was forgotten until archaeological discoveries in the 1920s. Even more perplexing, their writing system remains undeciphered, leaving us unable to read their own account of what happened. The decline appears to have unfolded gradually between 1900 and 1300 BCE. Cities show signs of decreasing maintenance, population shifts to smaller settlements, and eventually abandonment. What triggered this slow-motion collapse? Multiple lines of evidence point to environmental changes. Geological studies reveal that the Gagar-Hakra River system, once a major watercourse through the heart of Indus territory, substantially dried up during this period. This may have resulted from tectonic shifts diverting tributary waters, climatic changes reducing rainfall, or human activities like deforestation affecting water flow. At the same time, pollen analysis shows increasing aridity across the region. As water sources diminished, agricultural productivity would have declined dramatically. With their subsistence base threatened, urban populations appear to have dispersed toward more reliable water sources to the east. This population shift may explain linguistic and cultural patterns that emerged later in Indian history. Some archaeologists point to additional factors: evidence of flooding in certain cities, potential disease outbreaks in densely populated areas with declining sanitation, and possible conflicts with migrating Indo-European groups entering the region. The collapse likely resulted from this complex interplay of environmental stress and societal response, rather than any single catastrophic event. Perhaps most remarkable about the Indus disappearance is how thoroughly their cultural achievements were forgotten. Their sophisticated urban planning approaches and precise standardization practices vanished from the archaeological record. Their writing system fell out of use without evolving into daughter scripts. Even their distinctive artistic motifs largely disappeared from later South Asian traditions. This level of discontinuity raises profound questions about cultural transmission and memory. Even more sudden and puzzling is the abandonment of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, a site that has fundamentally challenged our understanding of prehistoric human capabilities. Constructed approximately 11,600 years ago by hunter-gatherers, this monumental complex features massive T-shaped stone pillars arranged in circular enclosures, many carved with intricate animal reliefs and abstract symbols. The sophistication of Göbekli Tepe contradicts conventional archaeological timelines. These hunter-gatherers, supposedly living in small mobile bands before the development of agriculture, somehow organized the quarrying, transport, and precise arrangement of multi-ton stone pillars, architectural feats previously thought impossible without settled agricultural societies. Yet after flourishing for approximately 1,500 years, Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried under thousands of tons of fill material around 8,000 BCE. The builders carefully backfilled the entire complex, preserving but concealing their monumental achievement. No clear evidence explains this intentional burial. Did a changing worldview make the site taboo? Did shifting subsistence patterns render its rituals obsolete? Or might the burial itself have been the culmination of the site's purpose, a ceremonial entombment of sacred space? Intriguingly, this abandonment coincides with the transition to agricultural lifestyles in the region. Some researchers suggest Göbekli Tepe may represent the spiritual center that actually drew hunter-gatherers to settle permanently in the fertile valleys nearby, eventually leading to early farming experiments. The need to feed workers constructing and maintaining the site could have incentivized initial domestication efforts. If so, the birthplace of agriculture may have been religious ritual rather than food security. The site remained buried and forgotten until its rediscovery in 1994. No texts, oral traditions, or cultural memories preserved knowledge of this remarkable achievement. A site that required generations of coordinated human effort simply vanished from historical consciousness for nearly 10,000 years. This complete amnesia regarding such a monumental creation raises profound questions about how cultural memory operates across millennia. Similar questions surround the fate of Great Zimbabwe, a massive stone city in southern Africa built primarily between the 11th and 15th centuries CE. At its height, this Shona civilization controlled extensive trade networks, dealing in gold, ivory, and other valuable commodities reaching as far as China. The central stone enclosures feature walls over 36 feet high built without mortar, demonstrating sophisticated architectural knowledge. Yet by the time European explorers reached the site in the 19th century, Great Zimbabwe stood abandoned, its builders gone and its purpose obscured. What caused this advanced civilization to leave their impressive capital? Environmental factors clearly played a role. Archaeological evidence shows signs of overgrazing in surrounding areas, deforestation for construction and fuel, and potential depletion of agricultural soils. As resources diminished, political centralization likely became harder to maintain. When Portuguese trading posts along the Indian Ocean coast disrupted established gold trade routes, economic pressures may have accelerated the kingdom's fragmentation. The case of Great Zimbabwe illustrates another important pattern in these disappearances: the role of colonialism in erasing historical memory. Early European explorers, unable to accept that indigenous Africans had built such impressive structures, attributed them variously to Phoenicians, Arabs, or other outside influences. This deliberate historical erasure damaged knowledge transmission and cultural continuity among descendants of the builders. Easter Island civilization represents another profound disappearance that continues to spark debate. When European explorers first encountered the island in 1722, they found a landscape stripped of trees, inhabited by a small population living in seemingly primitive conditions. Yet the island was dotted with nearly 900 massive stone moai statues, some weighing up to 80 tons, testimony to a once thriving society capable of quarrying, transporting, and erecting enormous monuments. What happened to the sophisticated society that created these remarkable achievements? Pollen analysis reveals that Easter Island was once covered with palm forests that were completely cleared by human activity. As these forests disappeared, crucial resources for boat building, shelter construction, and erosion control vanished. Without boats, islanders could no longer harvest deep-sea fish, reducing protein sources. Soil erosion degraded agricultural productivity, leading to food shortages and population decline. The Moai themselves may have accelerated this process, as statue construction became increasingly competitive between clans, driving further resource depletion. The archaeological record shows evidence of societal breakdown, toppled statues, emerging warfare, and population crashes. When Europeans arrived, they encountered a society that had undergone dramatic simplification from its former complexity. Some researchers have questioned this narrative of pure ecocide, pointing to evidence that rats introduced by Polynesian settlers may have contributed significantly to forest destruction by consuming palm nuts. Others note that European contact introduced diseases that further devastated the population. The full story likely involves this interplay of environmental stress, cultural choices, and external factors. One of history's most baffling disappearances occurred in North America's Four Corners region, where ancestral Puebloan peoples, formerly called Anasazi, built elaborate cliff dwellings and multi-story stone, great houses. Sites like Cliff Palace at Mesa Verde and Pueblo Bonito at Chaco Canyon demonstrate sophisticated architectural knowledge, astronomical alignments, and extensive trade networks. Yet by 1300 CE, these impressive sites stood abandoned. Tree-ring data reveals a devastating Great Drought struck the region from 1276 to 1299 CE, severely compromising agricultural productivity in an already marginal desert environment. Yet drought alone seems insufficient to explain the complete abandonment of such massive investments in built environment. Archaeological evidence suggests increasing social tension accompanied environmental stress. Defensive structures appear more frequently, evidence of violence increases, and ritual structures show signs of deliberate destruction. Anthropological analysis of skeletal remains indicates rising malnutrition and disease. As central authority broke down, people appear to have migrated in smaller groups toward the Rio Grande Valley and Hopi Mesas, where their descendants live today. What makes these disappearances so intriguing is that they rarely represent complete extinction. Rather, they involve the dissolution of complex social organizations and the abandonment of monumental achievements. The knowledge required to build Maya astronomical complexes, create Indus urban water systems, or transport Göbekli Tepe's massive pillars wasn't merely forgotten. It was actively abandoned as societies simplified in response to changing conditions. These patterns raise profound questions about civilizational resilience. What makes some societies capable of adapting to changing circumstances while others collapse? Why do certain technological and cultural achievements persist while others vanish completely? And perhaps most importantly, what lessons do these mysterious disappearances hold for our own global civilization as we face escalating environmental challenges? As we study these vanished worlds, stepping through their empty plazas and abandoned temples, we might wonder whether some future civilization will one day walk through our ruins, puzzling over our own mysterious disappearance. The whispers of these ancient stones remind us that no civilization, no matter how impressive its monuments or advanced its knowledge, is immune to the forces of environmental change, resource depletion, and social fragmentation. The mystery of their disappearance becomes, perhaps, a warning for our own future. Throughout human history, pandemic diseases have shaped civilizations, toppled empires, and transformed societies in ways that echo across millennia. As we examine the patterns of these biological catastrophes, striking parallels emerge between ancient and modern plagues, similarities that transcend mere coincidence and hint at deeper cyclical processes governing the relationship between humans and pathogens. The Antonine Plague that ravaged the Roman Empire from 165 to 180 CE bears remarkable similarities to modern viral pandemics. Brought back by troops returning from campaigns in the Near East, this disease, likely smallpox, spread rapidly through Mediterranean trade networks. Contemporary accounts describe symptoms including fever, swollen throat, skin eruptions, and diarrhea, with mortality rates estimated at 25 to 33% of infected individuals. The social impacts mirror patterns observed in recent outbreaks. Roman physician Galen documented people fleeing cities to escape infection, much like modern urban exoduses during COVID-19. Economic activity contracted severely as trade networks collapsed. Religious practices transformed, with traditional Roman faiths losing adherents while mystery cults and early Christianity gained followers, promising salvation and meaning amid suffering. Even more striking, the plague triggered labor shortages that accelerated technological adoption and fundamentally altered Roman agricultural practices, paralleling modern pandemic-driven automation. Perhaps most significant were the geopolitical consequences. The plague devastated Roman military manpower, forcing Marcus Aurelius to recruit mercenaries and former slaves into legions previously reserved for citizens. This weakening of Rome's defensive capabilities accelerated barbarian incursions along frontier regions, creating a pattern of imperial overextension and declining central authority that modern historians recognize as the beginning of Rome's long fall. Similarly profound impacts emerged from the plague of Justinian that struck the Byzantine Empire in 541–549 CE, with recurrent outbreaks continuing for nearly 2 centuries. This first recorded instance of bubonic plague killed between 25 and 50 million people, roughly half the population of the known world at that time. The plague arrived at a crucial historical juncture, just as Emperor Justinian neared completion of his ambitious project to reconquer the Western Mediterranean and restore Roman glory. With plague devastating his army and tax base, these dreams collapsed. Military campaigns were abandoned, reconquered territories lost, and the Mediterranean world fractured permanently into distinct Byzantine, European, and Islamic civilizational zones, a geopolitical division that continues influencing world events today. Most intriguing is how this plague changed human evolution itself. Genetic studies of modern European show strong evidence of natural selection pressure from plague exposure, with survivors passing on mutations conferring partial resistance. These genetic changes altered immune response pathways that continue affecting how modern humans respond to infections and may contribute to autoimmune disorder rates in populations descended from plague survivors. When we examine the Black Death that devastated Europe from 1347 to 1351, killing between 1/3 and 1/2 of the continent's population, we find consequences that mirror many patterns emerging from modern pandemics. Labor shortages following the plague increased worker bargaining power, accelerated technological adoption, and undermined the feudal economic system, much as COVID-19 has triggered labor market restructuring and automation across multiple industries. The psychological impact of witnessing mass death manifested in an obsession with mortality in European art, the memento mori tradition featuring skulls and decay, paralleling the anxiety disorders and psychological trauma documented following modern pandemics. Religious authority suffered as established churches failed to explain or prevent catastrophe, leading to reform movements and increasing secularism, similar to how modern crises often accelerate challenges to institutional authority. Most remarkably, the Black Death forced innovations in public health interventions that established principles still guiding modern pandemic management. Venice created the first formal quarantine system in 1348, developing protocols for isolating ships, goods, and travelers from infected regions. Notifiable disease reporting systems began tracking mortality patterns. Contract tracing attempts identified exposure chains. These Renaissance innovations established the foundational approaches that epidemiologists continue refining today. Even the disease vectors show cyclical patterns. The Black Death spread along Silk Road trade routes connecting Europe and Asia, the same interconnected commercial networks that facilitated SARS, COVID-19, and other modern outbreaks. Then as now, the greatest pandemic risk emerged from the increasing connection between previously isolated human populations and ecological zones. When we examine epidemic disease in pre-Columbian America, another striking parallel emerges: the tight connection between human demographic patterns and viral emergence. Recent studies of ancient DNA from the Andes reveal that a major viral epidemic killed large portions of the population around 3800 BCE, just as early agriculture was developing in the region. Similar evidence suggests epidemic outbreaks coincided with the first large urban settlements in Mesoamerica. This pattern of new diseases emerging when human populations reach critical density thresholds continues today. The shift from hunter-gatherer bands to agricultural villages to dense cities creates ideal conditions for pathogens to jump from animals to humans and evolve increased transmissibility. Whether in ancient Teotihuacan or modern megacities, dense human habitation becomes both the product of civilization and its vulnerability. The devastating smallpox and measles epidemics that accompanied European colonization of the Americas offer another parallel with modern concerns: the catastrophic potential of introducing novel pathogens to immunologically naive populations. These diseases killed an estimated 90% of indigenous Americans within a century of contact, the greatest demographic catastrophe in recorded history. What makes this relevant today is how it demonstrates the potential consequences of zoonotic spillover events, when animal pathogens evolve the ability to infect humans. Recent research suggests many animal viruses require just 1 or 2 mutations to gain this capability. The rise of industrial agriculture, habitat destruction, and climate shifts pushing wildlife into new territories all increase the frequency of human-animal contacts that could trigger such events, creating pandemic risks eerily similar to those that devastated indigenous American populations. The cyclical nature of plague reveals itself not just in impacts but in human responses. The scapegoating of minority groups during pandemics forms a persistent pattern across millennia. Jews were blamed for the Black Death, with hundreds of communities attacked across Europe. Chinese immigrants were targeted during San Francisco's 1900 plague outbreak. Asian Americans faced harassment during the COVID-19 pandemic. This recurring impulse to attribute disease to others represents one of humanity's most persistent and destructive responses to biological threat. Similarly cyclical are the conspiracy theories that inevitably accompany outbreaks. During the 1630 plague in Milan, authorities executed supposed plague spreaders who allegedly applied poisonous ointments to city walls. During the 1918 influenza pandemic, widespread rumors claimed the disease was German biological warfare. Modern pandemics continue generating conspiracy narratives blaming governments, pharmaceutical companies, or foreign powers. This pattern reveals how psychological responses to invisible threats remain remarkably consistent across centuries. Perhaps most striking are the economic parallels. The Black Death accelerated the adoption of labor-saving devices like water mills and printing presses as worker shortages drove innovation. COVID-19 similarly accelerated automation, remote work technologies, and digital commerce. The Justinian plague disrupted Mediterranean trade networks so severely that regional economies became more localized and self-sufficient. Much as modern pandemics have pushed nations toward reshoring critical industries and reducing global supply chain vulnerabilities. When examining these recurring patterns, timing itself becomes intriguing. Several researchers have observed a roughly 100-year cycle in major pandemic events affecting Europe and North America. The Black Death in the 1340s, plague resurgence in the 1440s, sweating sickness in the 1540s, plague again in the 1640s, yellow fever in the 1740s, cholera in the 1830s-40s, Russian flu in the 1890s. Spanish flu in 1819, and COVID-19 emerging almost exactly a century later. While some dismiss this pattern as coincidental, epidemiologists note several factors that might explain such cyclicity. Human population density typically requires decades to rebuild after major pandemic losses, creating windows of reduced transmission risk. Immunity acquired during major outbreaks provides protection for a generation or two before waning. Agricultural and urban development patterns often follow multi-decade cycles that periodically create conditions favoring disease emergence. Climate patterns may also drive this apparent cyclicity. Tree ring studies reveal that multiple plague outbreaks coincided with periods of rapid climate fluctuation, particularly the transition from warm periods to cooler conditions. These climate shifts affect rodent population dynamics, potentially increasing human contact with plague-carrying species. Similar climate-driven mechanisms affect mosquito ranges, bat migration patterns, and other disease vectors, creating potential feedback relationships between climate cycles and pandemic emergence. Perhaps most profound are the parallel social transformations triggered by major disease events. The Black Death accelerated the Renaissance by undermining medieval social structures and concentrating wealth among survivors who invested in art and learning. The 1918 influenza pandemic, following World War I's devastation, helped catalyze the social transformations of the Roaring Twenties. Now COVID-19 appears to be accelerating transitions in work patterns, educational models, and social relationships that will likely define coming decades. Long before modern telescopes and space exploration confirmed our planet's spherical nature, several ancient civilizations had already figured out this fundamental truth about our world. While European medieval misconceptions about a flat Earth have dominated popular imagination, the reality is far more fascinating. These ancient peoples observed, calculated, and deduced the Earth's true shape with remarkable accuracy, sometimes thousands of years before Western science caught up. The Greeks are often credited with being the first to propose a spherical Earth, but evidence suggests they weren't alone in this understanding, nor were they necessarily the first. Around 500 BCE, the philosopher Pythagoras suggested the Earth was a sphere, not based on direct observation but on aesthetic grounds. He believed the sphere was the most perfect shape, and therefore the gods would have chosen this form for the Earth. His student Philolaus later took this further, proposing that the Earth moved around a central fire, rejecting the geocentric model centuries before Copernicus. But it was Aristotle, around 350 BCE, who provided observational evidence for a spherical Earth. He noted that during lunar eclipses, the shadow cast by Earth onto the Moon was always curved, regardless of the Earth's orientation. He also observed that when traveling north or south, different stars became visible, something impossible on a flat Earth. By around 240 BCE, the librarian Eratosthenes had gone even further, calculating the Earth's circumference with astonishing accuracy, using the angles of shadows cast in two different cities at the same time. However, what truly challenges our understanding of ancient knowledge is that similar awareness existed across multiple civilizations that had no known contact with each other. Take ancient India, for instance. In Sanskrit texts dating back to at least the 5th century BCE, we find clear references to a spherical Earth. The Aidarya Brahmana, composed around 900 to 800 BCE, refers to the Earth as a sphere and even compares it to a wheel. The ancient astronomical text Surya Siddhanta, written around 400 CE, contains remarkably accurate calculations for the diameter of the Earth. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, the ancient Maya and other Mesoamerican civilizations also understood the spherical nature of our planet. While direct written evidence is limited due to the systematic destruction of Maya codices by Spanish conquistadors, surviving astronomical calculations and models reveal an understanding of celestial mechanics only possible with knowledge of a spherical Earth. Their precise tracking of Venus and other planetary bodies required sophisticated three-dimensional thinking. Ancient Chinese astronomers similarly grasped this concept early on. By the 2nd century BCE, the Chinese had established a mathematical model of a spherical Earth. The brilliant mathematician and astronomer Zhang Heng, who lived during the Han Dynasty around 78 to 139 CE, created a rotating celestial globe that demonstrated his understanding of a spherical Earth within a spherical celestial system. Perhaps most surprising to many is the evidence that ancient Egyptian astronomers likely understood Earth's true shape as well. While explicit statements are hard to find in surviving texts, their sophisticated astronomical knowledge, including precise alignments of monuments with celestial bodies, suggests an understanding of spherical celestial mechanics. The layout of certain pyramids and temples demonstrates knowledge of Earth's axial tilt, which is difficult to conceptualize without understanding Earth's spherical nature. What makes these parallel discoveries truly remarkable is considering the tools these civilizations had at their disposal. Without telescopes, satellites, or modern mathematics, they relied on naked eye observations, shadow measurements, and brilliant deductive reasoning. They watched ships disappear hull first over the horizon. They noted the curved shadow of Earth during lunar eclipses. They observed how different stars became visible when traveling north or south. From these simple observations, they deduced a profound truth about our world. The question that continues to perplex historians is why this knowledge was lost or ignored in certain parts of the world, particularly in medieval Europe, where the flat Earth concept experienced a resurgence. Why did some cultures preserve this astronomical knowledge while others abandoned it? Was this knowledge perhaps more widespread than we currently believe? Even more intriguing is considering what other advanced concepts these ancient civilizations might have understood that we have yet to rediscover or acknowledge. If they could determine the shape of our planet and even calculate its size with remarkable precision thousands of years ago, what other sophisticated knowledge might they have possessed? Some researchers suggest that ancient civilizations may have had more contact and knowledge exchange than traditionally believed. The synchronicity of astronomical discoveries across different continents raises questions about possible ancient networks of knowledge sharing. Could maritime connections between continents have existed far earlier than currently accepted? Or perhaps certain universal truths about our world are simply discoverable by any culture that carefully observes the natural world over generations. As we ponder these possibilities, we must acknowledge that our understanding of ancient knowledge remains incomplete. The written records that have survived represent only a tiny fraction of what once existed. The Great Library of Alexandria alone, before its destruction, contained hundreds of thousands of scrolls from across the ancient world. What astronomical and geographical knowledge might have been lost in its flames? For those willing to look beyond conventional historical narratives, these ancient understandings of Earth's spherical nature invite us to reconsider our assumptions about the past. Perhaps our ancestors were not as limited in their comprehension of the cosmos as we have been led to believe. Maybe the path of human knowledge is less a straight line of progress and more a series of discoveries, losses, and rediscoveries as civilizations rise and fall. As you contemplate the night sky, remember that those same stars were studied by ancient eyes with the same curiosity as your own. They saw the same patterns, asked similar questions, and in many cases, arrived at the correct conclusions without the technological advantages we take for granted today. The true shape of our world was not a modern discovery, but ancient knowledge, temporarily forgotten and later reclaimed. What other profound truths might be waiting for us to rediscover them, hidden in plain sight among the stars, or buried in the fragments of ancient wisdom that have survived the centuries? The spherical Earth is just one example of how ancient civilizations reached beyond the apparent limitations of their time to grasp fundamental truths about our universe. Their achievement stands as a testament to the remarkable capabilities of the human mind, regardless of era or technology. In the dense jungles of Central America and across the vast subcontinent of India, two ancient civilizations developed cosmic understandings so similar yet so mathematically complex that modern scholars continue to be astounded. The Mayans of Mesoamerica and the Hindu astronomers of ancient India, separated by thousands of miles and with no known direct contact, somehow arrived at nearly identical concepts about time, space, and the cyclical nature of the universe. This remarkable convergence of knowledge represents one of history's most perplexing intellectual mysteries. Let us begin with their understanding of time. Both civilizations developed calendar systems of breathtaking complexity and precision. The Maya created multiple interlocking calendars, including the Tzolk'in of 260 days, the Hab of 365 days, and most impressively, the Long Count, which tracked time over vast periods. Using this system, they could calculate dates millions of years in the past or future with remarkable accuracy. Their astronomical observations were so precise that their calculations of the solar year were accurate to within 2 seconds. Halfway across the world, ancient Hindu astronomers developed their own sophisticated understanding of time. The Hindu time cycles, described in texts like the Surya Siddhanta, conceptualized time in units ranging from the infinitesimal Truti, lasting just 0.3375 seconds, all the way to the Parardha, a period of 155 trillion years. The similarity to the Mayan system is striking. Both civilizations tracked astronomical cycles over vast time periods that far exceeded what would seem necessary for practical purposes. Even more remarkably, both cultures conceptualized time as circular rather than linear. Both understood time moving through great cycles of creation, destruction, and rebirth. In Hindu cosmology, these are the kalpas, vast time periods equaling 4.32 billion years, described as a day in the life of Brahma. The Maya similarly conceived of time moving through great world ages, with each age ending in destruction and renewal. Their long count calendar tracked these vast cycles with mathematical precision. The numerical systems themselves share perplexing similarities. Both civilizations independently developed the concept of zero, a mathematical breakthrough that most other ancient cultures failed to achieve. The Maya developed the zero marker around the 4th century CE, using it as both a placeholder and a number in its own right. Meanwhile, in India, the concept of zero as sunya or emptiness emerged around the 5th century, leading to the decimal system that eventually spread worldwide. But their parallel understandings extend beyond time into the very structure of the cosmos. The Hindu concept of Brahmanda, or cosmic egg, describes the universe as an enormous sphere containing multiple worlds and dimensions. Similarly, Mayan cosmology depicted the universe as layered with 13 heavens above and 9 underworlds below the earthly realm. Both models envisioned multiple dimensions of existence beyond the physical world. The similarities in astronomical knowledge are particularly striking. Both civilizations tracked the movements of Venus with extraordinary precision. The ancient Hindu text Surya Siddhanta contains calculations for planetary positions that remained unmatched in Western astronomy until the late medieval period. Meanwhile, the Maya Dresden Codex includes Venus tables so accurate they could predict the planet's position thousands of years into the future with minimal error. Both cultures also recognized the importance of precessional cycles, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that completes one cycle every 26,000 years. This subtle astronomical phenomenon requires observations spanning generations to detect. Yet somehow, both civilizations not only recognized this pattern, but incorporated it into their cosmological models. The Hindu yugas and the Mayan long count both appear to reference this precessional cycle, encoding it into their religious and astronomical texts. Their understanding of mathematics shows equal sophistication. The vigesimal, or base 20 system used by the Maya allowed for complex calculations using minimal notation. The Hindu decimal system, with its concept of place value, revolutionized mathematics worldwide. Both systems demonstrate a level of abstract thinking that went far beyond practical needs for trade or agriculture. What explains these profound similarities? Some historians have suggested diffusion, the idea that knowledge somehow traveled between these distant civilizations through now lost contact. Others propose independent discovery, arguing that any culture studying the skis long enough would reach similar conclusions. Yet the specific parallels in mathematical approaches and cosmological concepts seem to extend beyond what mere coincidence might explain. A third, more controversial theory suggests that both civilizations may have inherited fragments of knowledge from an even older source. Could an earlier, perhaps global, scientific tradition have influenced cultures worldwide before being mostly lost to history? While mainstream archaeology remains skeptical of such possibilities, the mathematical precision and conceptual similarities between these distant cultures continue to raise questions. Perhaps most intriguing is how both civilizations used this cosmic knowledge. Far from being merely theoretical, their astronomical understandings guided every aspect of society. Religious ceremonies, agricultural planning, city layouts, and political decisions all followed celestial patterns. The universe was not separate from daily life, but intimately connected to it. Both cultures also shared the concept that consciousness and matter are interconnected elements of reality, not separate domains. The Hindu concept of Maya describes the physical world as a kind of illusion overlaying a deeper reality, while Mayan shamans sought to pierce the veil between worlds through ritual practices. Both traditions understood the observer and the observed as part of a unified cosmic system. These profound philosophical parallels extend to their understanding of space itself. Both traditions conceptualize space not as empty, but as substantive and alive with energy. The Hindu concept of Akasha, often translated as ether or space, describes the fundamental medium in which all things exist. Mayan concepts similarly described space as an active force rather than passive emptiness. As we contemplate these remarkable parallels, we must wonder how much ancient knowledge has been lost over the millennia. The Spanish conquest led to the destruction of all but 4 Mayan codices, while countless Sanskrit texts have been lost to time, invasions, and climate. What we see today may be merely fragments of once complete cosmological systems that were even more sophisticated than we currently recognize. The convergence of Mayan and Hindu cosmic understanding challenges our conventional historical narratives. It suggests that ancient people possessed capabilities for abstract thinking and astronomical observation, far beyond what we typically attribute to them. It raises profound questions about the development and transmission of human knowledge across time and space. As you drift through these ancient concepts, consider how 2 civilizations, developing apparently independently on opposite sides of the world, came to such strikingly similar understandings of time, space, and the cosmos. Was it coincidence, cultural exchange, or did they both glimpse the same underlying patterns in the universe, patterns still awaiting our full comprehension today? As the Mars rovers have beamed back thousands of images from the red planet's surface, a peculiar pattern has emerged. Among the dust storms and rocky terrain, curious structures have appeared that bear an uncanny resemblance to the pyramids scattered across Earth. These triangular formations on the Martian landscape have sparked intense debate between mainstream scientists and alternative researchers, raising profound questions about potential connections between Earth and Mars in the distant past. The most famous of these structures is located in the Cydonia region of Mars. Known as the D&M Pyramid due to its discovery by scientists Vincent di Pietro and Gregory Molnar in the 1970s, this 5-sided formation rises from the Martian surface with what appears to be remarkable geometric precision. When NASA's Viking 1 spacecraft first photographed this region in 1976, these images set off a firestorm of speculation that continues to this day. Nearby sits another anomalous feature known as the face on Mars, a mountain that, from certain angles, bears a striking resemblance to a humanoid face. While NASA and mainstream scientists have dismissed these features as natural formations created through erosion and pareidolia, our tendency to see familiar patterns, the mathematical precision of certain aspects has kept alternative researchers intrigued. What makes these Martian structures particularly compelling is not just their pyramid shape, but their specific arrangements and proportions. In Egypt's Giza Plateau, the three main pyramids are positioned to reflect the constellation Orion's belt. Intriguingly, some researchers claim that certain pyramidal structures on Mars appear to follow similar stellar alignments. If true, this would represent an extraordinary coincidence that stretches the boundaries of probability. The mathematical relationships are equally perplexing. The Great Pyramid of Giza incorporates the mathematical constant pi in its dimensions and aligns with remarkable precision to true north, off by only 3/60ths of a degree. Some analysts of Martian imagery claim to have identified similar mathematical relationships in the alleged Martian structures, though the lower resolution of available photos makes absolute confirmation challenging. But the parallels extend beyond Egypt. Ancient pyramids and step structures appear across our planet, from the ziggurats of Mesopotamia to the great structures of Teotihuacan in Mexico, from the steep temples of Cambodia to the earthen mounds of North America. This global phenomenon on Earth makes the Martian similarities all the more provocative. If these were merely natural formations on Mars, why would they so closely resemble artificial structures humans built across continents and throughout millennia on Earth? Critics rightly point out several important caveats. Higher resolution images from later Mars missions show that many of the seemingly artificial features look more natural upon closer inspection. The human brain is specifically wired to identify patterns, particularly faces and geometric shapes, even where none intentionally exist. This psychological phenomenon, pareidolia, could explain why we see pyramids and faces in natural Martian geology. Furthermore, triangular mountains form naturally through various geological processes on both Earth and Mars. Wind erosion in particular can create surprisingly symmetric formations over millions of years. The thin Martian atmosphere actually experiences wind speeds up to 60 miles per hour during dust storms, potentially creating naturally sculpted features. Yet questions persist. Some of the Martian structures appear to have damage patterns consistent with extreme age, suggesting they may be far older than natural processes would typically create. Certain angles and alignments seem too precise for random chance. And perhaps most intriguing, some of the formations appear to incorporate multiple geometric shapes in ways that rarely occur in nature. This brings us to the more speculative theories. Some researchers propose that an advanced civilization might have existed on Mars billions of years ago when the planet was more Earth-like, with flowing water and a thicker atmosphere. According to this hypothesis, the pyramids might be the last remnants of a Martian civilization that either went extinct or perhaps even migrated to Earth, bringing their architectural knowledge with them. Others suggest that both Earth and Mars might have been visited by the same extraterrestrial civilization in the distant past, with similar structures built on both planets. A third theory proposes that advanced ancient humans might have had the capability to travel to Mars and construct these monuments, though this represents the most speculative interpretation. Scientific exploration continues to provide new data. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, with its high-resolution imaging science experiment camera, has provided much clearer images of the Cydonia region than were available from the Viking missions. Future missions with ground-penetrating radar might reveal whether these structures contain internal chambers or are solid throughout, potentially resolving questions about their origin. What makes this mystery particularly compelling is that it connects to a broader question about pyramid building on Earth. Why did so many ancient civilizations, often with no contact with each other, choose to build massive pyramidal structures? From Egypt to Mexico, from Indonesia to Bosnia, this architectural form appears again and again throughout human history. If similar structures truly exist on Mars, it would add another layer to this enduring mystery. The Egyptian pyramids themselves remain enigmatic despite centuries of study. Recent thermal scanning has revealed unusual heat signatures within the Great Pyramid that might indicate hidden chambers. Microscopic analysis of the pyramid stones shows precision cutting that would challenge even modern technology. And the sheer weight of the blocks, some exceeding 70 tons, raises questions about how they were quarried, transported, and placed with such accuracy. Similarly, the Mexican pyramids continue to yield surprises. In 2016, researchers discovered a previously unknown chamber beneath the temple of the feathered serpent pyramid in Teotihuacan, containing thousands of mercury-laden spheres. The purpose of these objects remains unknown. This ancient Mexican city, whose name means birthplace of the gods, contains pyramids laid out with astronomical precision that modern archaeologists are still working to fully understand. If the apparent pyramidal structures on Mars were ever definitively proven to be artificial, it would force a complete rewriting of both Martian and human history. The implications would be profound, suggesting either that Mars once hosted an indigenous civilization capable of monumental architecture, or that some unknown connection exists between Earth and Mars dating back thousands or even millions of years. The possibility seems so extraordinary that many dismiss it outright. After all, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and the photographic data alone cannot provide conclusive proof. Yet throughout scientific history, discoveries once considered impossible have repeatedly been confirmed through persistent investigation and technological advancement. Until recently, the scientific consensus held that Mars was a dead planet that had never supported life. Now we know it once had flowing rivers, lakes, and possibly even oceans. Methane has been detected in the Martian atmosphere, potentially indicating biological activity. The discovery of organic molecules in Martian soil has further suggested that the basic building blocks for life exist there. Each new mission reveals a Mars more complex and potentially habitable than previously believed. The true resolution to the Mars pyramid mystery may require human boots on the red planet. When astronauts can directly examine these structures, take samples, and conduct ground-penetrating radar surveys, we may finally determine whether these formations represent natural geology or something more extraordinary. NASA and other space agencies are actively planning human missions to Mars in the coming decades, potentially bringing us closer to answers. Until then, the alleged Martian pyramids remain in the realm of fascinating speculation, reminding us that our understanding of both Mars and Earth's ancient history remains incomplete. The red planet continues to reveal new surprises with each mission, challenging our assumptions and expanding our perspective on what might be possible. As we contemplate these dusty formations on a distant world, we should remember that many of Earth's greatest archaeological discoveries seemed equally implausible before their confirmation. Ancient Troy was considered a mere legend until Heinrich Schliemann's excavations proved its existence. The massive underground army of terracotta warriors in China remained hidden for 2,000 years before being accidentally discovered by farmers. Perhaps Mars holds similar surprises, waiting for the right technology or perspective to reveal their true nature. Whether natural or artificial, the pyramid-like formations on Mars remind us that the universe often presents patterns that transcend our current understanding. They challenge us to remain open to possibilities beyond our established knowledge, while still adhering to rigorous scientific standards of evidence. In this tension between wonder and skepticism lies the true spirit of scientific exploration. As the dust storms sweep across the Martian landscape, partially burying and revealing these enigmatic shapes, the question remains: are we seeing meaningful connections between Earth and Mars, or simply projecting our own history onto natural formations? The answer may lie not just in the structures themselves, but in our willingness to follow the evidence wherever it leads, even if it challenges our most fundamental assumptions about human history and our place in the cosmos. From the golden barks of Ra sailing across Egyptian skis to the elaborate Mayan sun temples tracking solstices with perfect precision, from the massive stone circles of northern Europe to the sun-faced deities of ancient Peru, a remarkable pattern emerges throughout human history: the universal veneration of the sun. This golden orb, crossing our skis with unwavering reliability, somehow inspired nearly identical religious practices and symbolic systems in civilizations that had no contact with each other. The question becomes not merely why ancient peoples worshiped the sun, but why they did so in ways that mirror each other with such uncanny similarity across continental divides. Consider the striking parallels between ancient Egyptian and Inca sun worship. In Egypt, the sun god Ra was believed to sail across the sky in a boat during the day, descend into the underworld at night, and be reborn each morning. Nearly 5,000 miles away and thousands of years later, with no possible direct cultural transmission, the Inca developed a remarkably similar cosmology. They believed their sun god Inti traveled across the sky during the day, descended into the underworld each night, and was reborn each morning. Both civilizations built gold-adorned temples precisely aligned with solar events, considered their rulers direct descendants of the sun, and developed elaborate mythologies explaining solar eclipses as cosmic battles. This pattern repeats with astonishing consistency across cultures. In Japan, the sun goddess Amaterasu was considered the divine ancestor of the imperial family, just as the Chinese emperors derived their mandate from the solar principle of heaven. The Aztec sun god Huitzilopochtli required human sacrifice to maintain his strength, while halfway across the world, Celtic druids may have practiced similar, if less frequent, sacrifices at solar-aligned monuments. Despite the vast oceanic and continental barriers separating these cultures, they all independently developed religious systems that placed the sun at the center of their cosmology. The architectural expressions of sun worship show equally remarkable convergence. At Stonehenge in England, the monument's main axis aligns perfectly with the midsummer sunrise, while thousands of miles away, the main pyramid at Teotihuacan in Mexico aligns with specific sunset positions. The Great Temple of Konarak in India was designed as a massive sun chariot with 12 pairs of wheels representing the months. In Zimbabwe, the complex stone structure of Great Zimbabwe includes solar alignments marking seasonal transitions important for agriculture. Across Peru and Bolivia, countless temples and monuments incorporate precise solar alignments marking equinoxes and solstices. Even the symbolic language of sun worship shows striking similarities across unconnected cultures. The swastika, a symbol representing the sun's apparent rotation, appears in nearly identical forms in pre-contact Native American art, ancient Hindu and Buddhist imagery, and European Bronze Age artifacts. The concept of the divine eye of the sun appears in Egyptian, Persian, and Mesoamerican iconography. Sun rays emanating from a central face or disk represent a near-universal artistic motif found across continents. What could explain such remarkable convergence in religious practice, architecture, and symbolism? The conventional anthropological explanation suggests that the sun's life-giving properties and predictable movements naturally inspired worship. Its warmth enables growth, its light dispels dangerous darkness, and its regular movements provide a reliable way to track time and seasons. These practical benefits would logically lead separate cultures to venerate the sun independently. Yet this functional explanation fails to account for the specific similarities in how this veneration manifested across cultures. Why did so many unconnected civilizations associate the sun with gold, consider it male, link it with divine kingship, and track its movements with structures of enormous complexity and precision? Why did they develop nearly identical myths about the sun's nightly journey through an underworld? The level of specificity in these parallels suggests something beyond merely practical considerations. A deeper perspective emerges when we consider what these ancient sun worshippers understood that modern people often overlook. Unlike today's world of artificial illumination and climate-controlled environments, ancient peoples lived in direct relationship with the sun's power. They experienced firsthand how it governed not just day and night, but life and death. They observed its influence on plant growth, animal behavior, weather patterns, and human psychology with an intimacy largely lost to modern urban dwellers. Through generations of careful observation, many ancient cultures discovered that the sun's movements correlated with countless natural phenomena. They noticed how certain plants turned to follow the sun's path. They observed tidal patterns linked to the interaction between sun and moon. They recognized seasonal affective changes in human mood corresponding to solar exposure. These observations led to a holistic understanding of the sun, not merely as a distant ball of fire, but as the central organizing principle of the earthly ecosystem. Their precision in tracking solar movements reveals a level of astronomical knowledge that continues to impress modern scientists. The Maya calculated the solar year to within 2 seconds of modern measurements. Megalithic monuments across Europe show knowledge of complex astronomical cycles requiring observations spanning generations. The incredible precision of solar temples in Peru and Bolivia demonstrates mathematical and astronomical understandings that colonial conquerors failed to appreciate. Perhaps most intriguing is how many ancient solar religions contained advanced scientific concepts in mythological form. The Egyptian concept of the sun god traveling through the underworld at night can be seen as an intuitive understanding of the Earth's rotation. The Hindu tradition of cosmic cycles expanding and contracting like breath mirrors modern cosmological models of universal expansion and contraction. The widespread myth of the dying and reborn sun god reflects a sophisticated understanding of agricultural cycles dependent on seasonal solar variation. Some researchers propose that these similarities might reflect something fundamental about human neuropsychology. Studies have shown that extended meditation on the sun, practices found in traditions from Vedic sun gazing to certain Native American ceremonies, can induce altered states of consciousness with remarkably similar visionary content across different individuals. Could the universal patterns in sun worship reflect not just astronomical observations, but shared human experiences of expanded awareness triggered by solar contemplation? Others suggest that ancient knowledge may have spread more widely than conventional history acknowledges. Growing evidence of pre-Columbian contact between continents raises the possibility that astronomical knowledge and religious concepts may have diffused across cultures through ancient trade networks and explorations not fully documented in the historical record. Recent genetic studies showing unexpected connections between supposedly isolated populations lend some credence to this perspective. A third, more controversial theory proposes that certain solar alignments and mathematical relationships embedded in ancient monuments might represent a form of advanced knowledge deliberately preserved across millennia and cultures. Proponents point to the incorporation of mathematical constants like pi and phi in structures like the Great Pyramid, and the precise encoding of astronomical cycles in monuments worldwide, suggesting a level of scientific sophistication not normally attributed to ancient peoples. Whatever explanation we favor, the global phenomenon of sun worship reveals a profound awareness of humanity's dependence on cosmic forces. These ancient cultures recognized the sun not merely as an object in the sky, but as the fundamental energy source sustaining the entire web of life on Earth. Their elaborate solar religions represented not primitive superstition, but sophisticated systems for understanding, celebrating, and harmonizing with the central energetic principle of our solar system. As we face modern environmental challenges, there may be wisdom in recalling this ancient perspective. Our technological society has created an illusion of independence from natural cycles, yet we remain absolutely dependent on the sun's energy, directly or indirectly, for everything from food production to fossil fuels, which simply represent stored solar energy from the distant past. The universal human recognition of the sun's central importance transcended cultural boundaries and spoke to a fundamental truth, that despite our apparent differences, all life on Earth drinks from the same fountain of light. The remarkable similarities in how diverse cultures express this understanding suggests either something universal about the human experience of solar observation or connections between ancient cultures that history has yet to fully uncover. As you contemplate this golden thread woven through human spiritual history, consider that perhaps these ancient sun worshippers weren't so primitive after all. In their careful observations of celestial movements and their recognition of humanity's place within larger cosmic patterns, they demonstrated an ecological awareness that modern society is only beginning to rediscover. Their stone circles and sun temples, golden idols and solar mythologies all point to a profound truth that transcends cultural boundaries, that we are children of the sun, absolutely dependent on its life-giving energy in ways both obvious and subtle. The mystery remains. Was this convergence merely the result of separate cultures observing the same celestial object? Or does it hint at deeper connections, either through ancient knowledge exchanges or through universal aspects of human consciousness itself? As with many ancient mysteries, the definitive answer remains elusive, inviting us to continue searching, questioning, and wondering at the remarkable similarities in how our ancestors across the world looked up at the same sun and saw not just light and warmth, but divinity itself. Have you ever looked at a map of ancient monuments and wondered if their placement was truly random? What if I told you that some of the most significant structures in human history might align on an invisible grid that spans our entire planet? Across continents and separated by thousands of miles, sites like the Great Pyramid of Giza, Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Easter Island, Nazca Lines, Machu Picchu, and Stonehenge seem to share a mysterious connection. When plotted on a globe, many researchers have observed that these monuments appear to align at regular intervals along specific latitudinal and longitudinal lines. This phenomenon was first comprehensively documented by researcher Alfred Watkins in the early 20th century, when he noticed straight alignments between ancient sites in the British countryside. He called these alignments ley lines, suggesting they represented ancient pathways. But what began as a local observation in England soon expanded into a global mystery. In the 1970s, Russian scientists Nikolai Goncharov, Vyacheslav Morozov, and Valery Makarov proposed what they called the Earth Grid theory, suggesting that ancient civilizations built their monuments along a geometric pattern they referred to as the icosahedrodeca grid. This theoretical framework divided the Earth into 12 pentagonal faces and 20 triangular faces, creating a perfect geometric solid. What makes this theory so compelling is that many significant ancient structures appear to fall precisely at the vertices where these geometric lines intersect. One of the most remarkable alignments centers on the Great Pyramid of Giza. If you draw a straight line from the Great Pyramid to Machu Picchu, and then continue that line around the entire globe, it passes through several significant ancient sites before returning to its starting point. This circular path, incredibly, divides the Earth almost perfectly into equal halves. Even more perplexing, the Great Pyramid sits at the intersection of what some researchers call the longest land meridian and the longest land parallel. In other words, if you drew a north-south line through the Great Pyramid, it would cross more land and less ocean than any other meridian on Earth. The same applies to the east-west parallel passing through the structure. How could ancient Egyptians have known this without satellite technology or a comprehensive understanding of global geography? Similar precision appears at other sites. Angkor Wat in Cambodia sits at an intersection point on this hypothetical grid. The massive temple complex aligns precisely with the rising sun during the spring equinox, its western entrance facing the setting sun during the same astronomical event. When connected to other points on the proposed global grid, it forms perfect geometric angles with sites thousands of miles away. Beyond just physical placement, these sites often share mathematical relationships in their construction. The ratio of measurements at Stonehenge, when compared to similar ratios at the Great Pyramid, reveals numbers that closely approximate pi and phi, the golden ratio. These same mathematical constants appear in structures across South America, Asia, and Europe, suggesting either remarkable coincidence or shared knowledge that somehow transcended oceans and disparate cultures. But what could explain such seemingly impossible coordination across ancient civilizations that had no known contact with each other? Some researchers propose that these alignments might follow natural electromagnetic energy lines of the Earth. The theory suggests that ancient peoples could somehow detect these energy currents and chose to build their most important structures at points where this energy was particularly concentrated. Modern scientific measurements have detected slight variations in the Earth's magnetic field at some of these locations, along with unusual electrical conductivity in the soil and distinct gravitational anomalies. While mainstream science has yet to confirm a comprehensive energy grid connecting these sites, the coincidences remain difficult to dismiss entirely. Other theories point to ancient knowledge of geodesy, the science of measuring and understanding Earth's geometric shape. The placement of sites like the Great Pyramid demonstrates an understanding of Earth's circumference accurate to within less than 0.1%. How ancient civilizations achieved such precision without modern surveying equipment remains a profound mystery. Perhaps most intriguing are the sites that align with specific celestial events. Many ancient monuments were constructed to mark solstices, equinoxes, and other astronomical alignments. When mapped globally, these astronomical observatories seem to create a network of information sharing across the planet. Could they have served as a prehistoric internet of sorts, encoding knowledge about the heavens and earth in stone? The mystery deepens when we consider that many of these sites share similar architectural elements despite having no known cultural exchange. From precise stonework that fits together without mortar to the incorporation of acoustic properties that amplify specific frequencies, these shared characteristics suggest either parallel evolution of technology or some form of knowledge transfer currently unaccounted for in conventional history. Some researchers have taken this concept even further, suggesting these sites might have been built as part of an ancient global power system. They point to evidence of electrical conductivity in certain stones and metals used at these locations. The granite used in Egyptian pyramids, for instance, contains quartz crystals that can generate piezoelectricity when under pressure. Similar properties appear in stones used at Sacsayhuaman in Peru and other sites along the proposed global grid. Skeptics argue that with enough points and enough lines drawn between them, patterns will inevitably emerge simply by chance. They point to selection bias, where researchers focus only on sites that fit their theory while ignoring countless others that do not align with the proposed grid. Yet the mathematical precision and repeated geometric relationships between widely separated sites continue to raise questions that conventional archaeology struggles to answer. What if these ancient builders were tapping into something fundamental about our planet that modern science is only beginning to rediscover? What if the placement of these monuments was not arbitrary, but instead reflected a profound understanding of Earth's energetic properties? And perhaps most tantalizing, What if these sites were deliberately positioned to form a global network whose purpose we have yet to fully comprehend? As you contemplate these possibilities, consider that we might be seeing only fragments of a much larger pattern, one that connected our ancestors across vast distances in ways we are only beginning to understand. Perhaps the true purpose of this global grid remains hidden, waiting for us to rediscover knowledge that was once common to civilizations around the world. If you were to plot the emergence of complex civilizations on a timeline, you would notice something peculiar. Around 3000 BCE, numerous sophisticated societies appeared almost simultaneously across the globe, as if responding to some invisible catalyst. This period represents one of history's most perplexing synchronicities, challenging our understanding of how human development unfolds. From Mesopotamia to Egypt, the Indus Valley to China, and even parts of Europe and the Americas, complex societies with monumental architecture, writing systems, centralized governments, and advanced technologies emerged within a relatively narrow window of time. Traditional history attributes this to independent progress and coincidence, but the clustering of these golden ages raises deeper questions about what might have triggered such widespread advancement. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerian civilization reached its peak around 3000 BCE. These people developed cuneiform, one of the world's earliest writing systems, along with complex mathematics, astronomy, and the wheel. They built ziggurats, massive step temples that dominated their landscapes, and created the first known legal codes. Their innovations in agriculture, including sophisticated irrigation systems, allowed for unprecedented population growth and urban development. Just a few hundred miles away, ancient Egypt was simultaneously experiencing the beginning of its Old Kingdom period. The first pyramids were being constructed, hieroglyphic writing was fully developed, and complex religious and governmental systems were taking shape. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built around 2500 BCE, demonstrates mathematical precision and engineering knowledge that would be challenging to replicate even with modern technology. Thousands of miles to the east, in what is now Pakistan and northwestern India, the Indus Valley civilization was reaching comparable levels of sophistication. Cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa featured grid-patterned streets, advanced drainage systems, multi-story buildings, and standardized weights and measures. Their script, though still undeciphered, appears on thousands of seals that suggest extensive trade networks spanning into Central Asia and Mesopotamia. In East Asia, early Chinese civilization was coalescing along the Yellow River. The legendary Xia dynasty, traditionally dated to this same period, saw the development of bronze metallurgy, early writing, and large-scale water management projects. Archaeological evidence from sites like Erlitou confirms the emergence of complex society with social stratification and centralized authority. Even in the Americas, isolated from the Old World, similar patterns were emerging. At Norte Chico in present-day Peru, complex society with large-scale architecture was developing between 3000 and 1800 BCE. These people built huge platform mounds and circular plazas without the use of ceramics, suggesting a unique developmental path, but with timing curiously aligned with Old World civilizations. In Europe, this period witnessed the building of megalithic structures like Stonehenge, showing precise astronomical alignments and engineering that required sophisticated organizational capabilities. Meanwhile, in Malta, mysterious temple complexes with remarkable acoustic properties were being constructed, suggesting advanced knowledge of sound and possibly astronomy. What makes this synchronous development so puzzling is that many of these civilizations had minimal or no contact with each other, especially between the old and new worlds. Yet they independently reached similar milestones in organization, architecture, and technology within the same relatively brief window of time. Conventional history struggles to explain this synchronicity through purely local factors. Some researchers have proposed that this global flowering might relate to climate changes that occurred around this time. Evidence suggests a period of increased rainfall, followed by more arid conditions, across much of the northern hemisphere around 3000 BCE. These changes might have first allowed population growth, and then forced innovations in water management and agriculture, spurring technological development. Others point to astronomical factors. This period coincides with the beginning of what astrologers call the Age of Taurus, part of the precession of the equinoxes cycle. Many ancient cultures demonstrated awareness of this 26,000-year cycle through their myths and monuments. Could this awareness of celestial cycles have influenced cultural development across disparate regions? More controversial theories suggest the possibility of knowledge transfer through now-forgotten global networks. Proponents point to similarities in architectural techniques, mathematical concepts, and mythological themes across widely separated cultures. Take, for example, the recurrent use of the golden ratio in structures built during this period, from the Great Pyramid to temples in India. How did multiple civilizations independently discover and implement the same mathematical principles in their monumental architecture? Perhaps most intriguing are the shared mythological themes that emerged during this period. Flood myths, stories of civilizer gods who taught humans arts and sciences, and tales of cosmic destruction and renewal appear across cultures worldwide. Many of these myths specifically reference astronomical events and cycles, suggesting a common experience or inherited tradition. Various ancient texts from different cultures mention a time when gods walked among men, typically placed just before this period of rapid advancement. In Mesopotamia, the Anunnaki were said to have taught humans various technologies. In Egypt, gods like Thoth and Osiris brought writing and agriculture. Similar stories appear in pre-Columbian America, India, and China. While traditional scholarship views these as metaphorical, some researchers question whether they might preserve memories of actual knowledge transfer from an earlier, perhaps now lost civilization. The timing also coincides with significant environmental changes evident in the geological record. Around 3200 BCE, ice core samples show a substantial spike in atmospheric dust, potentially indicating a meteor impact or volcanic activity. Could such an event have triggered global climate shifts that necessitated new adaptations across human societies worldwide? DNA studies add another layer to this mystery. Genetic analyses suggest major population movements during this period, with evidence of surprising connections between seemingly isolated groups. Recent research has detected minor but significant genetic links between ancient Egyptians and South Americans, and between Eastern European and Chinese populations of this era. These findings challenge our understanding of ancient migration patterns and raise questions about how widely humans traveled before recorded history. Acoustic studies of ancient chambers built during this period have revealed another curious commonality. Structures as diverse as the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, certain rooms in Newgrange in Ireland, and chambers in Chavan de Huenter in Peru all resonate at similar frequencies around 95 to 110 Hz. These frequencies have been shown to affect human brain activity, potentially inducing altered states of consciousness. Was this knowledge of acoustic properties independently discovered worldwide, or might it represent shared understanding? As we examine this remarkable period of simultaneous advancement, we must consider whether our current understanding of ancient history is complete. Were these civilizations truly developing in isolation, or might there be connections and influences we've yet to discover? And what might have sparked this global flourishing of human achievement at precisely the same moment in history? Perhaps the most profound question remains: if such synchronous development occurred once in our past, might similar patterns be unfolding even now, shaping our future in ways we have yet to recognize? When archaeologists first began measuring ancient structures with precision instruments, they discovered something extraordinary. Hidden within the dimensions of monuments built thousands of years ago across different continents lies a sophisticated mathematical code that defies conventional explanation. These structures, separated by vast distances and built by cultures with supposedly no contact, somehow incorporate the same mathematical constants, astronomical alignments, and geodesic measurements with astonishing accuracy. The Great Pyramid of Giza serves as perhaps the most studied example of this embedded mathematical knowledge. Its dimensions encode numerous mathematical constants with precision that should have been impossible for its era. The ratio of its perimeter to its height multiplied by 2 gives us an extremely close approximation of pi, accurate to several decimal places. The pyramid also incorporates the golden ratio, phi, in various dimensions, and its geographic placement demonstrates knowledge of Earth's size and shape that officially would not be rediscovered until thousands of years later. What makes this particularly remarkable is that these mathematical constants are not arbitrary human inventions, but fundamental properties of our universe. Pi represents the relationship between a circle's circumference and its diameter, while phi appears throughout nature in the growth patterns of plants, shells, and even galaxies. How did ancient builders not only discover these constants, but incorporate them so precisely into massive stone structures without the benefit of modern mathematics? The mystery deepens when we look at other ancient sites worldwide. The Temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia demonstrates the same mathematical principles found in the Great Pyramid. Its dimensions and proportions incorporate pi and phi, and its layout mirrors specific astronomical alignations. When researchers measured the distances between Angkor Wat and other major ancient sites, they discovered a system of perfect mathematical relationships expressed in geodesic measurements. South America, similar mathematical knowledge appears in structures like Machu Picchu and the Nazca Lines. The Incan citadel of Machu Picchu incorporates the golden ratio throughout its design, and its astronomical alignments mark the solstices and equinoxes with remarkable precision. The massive geoglyphs of the Nazca Lines, only fully visible from the air, demonstrate complex geometric principles and astronomical alignments that would require advanced mathematical understanding to create. Even more puzzling, researchers have identified a unit of measurement that appears across multiple ancient civilizations. This unit, sometimes called the megalithic yard or ancient module, measures approximately 0.82 meters and appears in structures from Scotland to Egypt to Peru. How could cultures separated by oceans and mountains have adopted the same precise unit of measurement without contact? Beyond simple measurements, ancient monuments often encode complex astronomical information. The alignments of stones at Stonehenge track not just the solstices, but also more complex astronomical cycles like the 19-year metonic cycle of the moon. Similar knowledge appears at Chichen Itza in Mexico, where the Pyramid of Kukulkan creates a shadow pattern of a serpent descending the stairs precisely during the equinoxes. These alignments required tracking celestial movements over decades or even centuries. When researchers analyzed the geographic placement of certain monuments, they discovered another layer of mathematical code. Many significant ancient sites are positioned at specific latitudes that correspond to important astronomical numbers. The Great Pyramid sits nearly precisely at 30 degrees north, while Angkor Wat is positioned at approximately 14 degrees north. These placements create mathematical relationships between sites that would be impossible to determine without comprehensive knowledge of Earth's dimensions. Even more remarkable is the relationship between these sites and Earth's dimensions. The distance from the Great Pyramid to Angkor Wat is approximately 4,400 kilometers, which represents almost exactly 1/10 of Earth's circumference. Similar relationships exist between other major monuments worldwide, suggesting knowledge of geodesy, the science of Earth measurement, that conventional history says should have been impossible for ancient peoples to possess. Some of these monuments also encode knowledge of precession, the 26,000-year cycle caused by Earth's axial wobble. This extremely slow celestial movement would require observations spanning many human lifetimes to detect. Yet structures like the Göbekli Tepe complex in Turkey, dating back 11,600 years, appear to reference precessional knowledge through animal carvings that correspond to constellations as they appeared in specific precessional ages. The mathematical relationships extend to sound as well. Acoustic studies have revealed that many ancient chambers resonate at specific frequencies that affect human consciousness. The King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid resonates at exactly the same frequency as ancient chambers in Malta, Ireland, and Peru. These frequencies, around 110 Hz, correspond to frequencies that modern neuroscience has shown can induce altered brain states. Water technologies incorporated into ancient sites demonstrate another form of advanced knowledge. The placement of certain monuments creates relationships with underground water sources that show understanding of hydrodynamics. At sites like Tiwanaku in Bolivia, complex irrigation systems manage water flow with mathematical precision, creating consistent pressure and flow rates through geometric principles that anticipate modern fluid dynamics. Perhaps most mysterious are the specific numbers that repeat across cultures and monuments. The number 108 appears prominently in Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain traditions, and is encoded in the dimensions of temples across Asia. This same number appears in the design of stone circles in Britain and temple complexes in Mesoamerica. The number 72, representing 1 degree of precessional movement, appears in myths and monument dimensions worldwide. When researchers created mathematical models of these ancient sites, they discovered that many incorporate specific ratios that optimize energy flow. The golden ratio, approximately 1.618, appears repeatedly in the proportions of chambers, doorways, and entire structures from Egypt to Peru to Cambodia. This ratio creates harmonious relationships between dimensions, and according to some theories, may facilitate the movement of subtle energies through the structure. Electromagnetic studies at these sites have revealed additional patterns. Many ancient monuments amplify the natural electromagnetic frequencies of Earth, known as Schumann resonances. These frequencies, particularly the fundamental frequency of 7.83 Hz, appear to be amplified within certain chambers constructed during this period. Modern instruments detect distinct electromagnetic anomalies at specific points within sites like the Great Pyramid, Stonehenge, and various South American structures. The positioning of these monuments often corresponds to areas with unusual geomagnetic properties. Many are built above underground water sources, geological fault lines, or deposits of quartz-rich stone that can generate piezoelectric effects under pressure. When mapped globally, these sites often fall along lines of magnetic anomaly, creating what some researchers describe as a planetary grid of energetic points. What continues to confound researchers is how ancient builders could have detected these subtle electromagnetic variations without modern equipment. Some archaeologists suggest they might have used dowsing techniques or other methods of detecting Earth energies that have since been largely forgotten or dismissed by conventional science. The materials used in these monuments add another layer to the mystery. At many sites, builders selected stones with specific mineral compositions that enhance electromagnetic conductivity. The granite used in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid contains high concentrations of quartz and various metals that can conduct and amplify electromagnetic energy. Similar materials were selected for key components of structures across Europe, Asia, and the Americas. Even more puzzling is the mathematical relationship between these monuments and specific natural constants. The speed of light, the precise circumference of Earth, and various astronomical measurements appear encoded in the dimensions and relationships of structures built thousands of years before these values were supposedly discovered by modern science. For example, the perimeter of the Great Pyramid in ancient Egypt, when divided by twice its height, gives us a number extremely close to pi. If we take the height of the pyramid and multiply it by 10 raised to the power of 9, we get a number remarkably close to the distance from Earth to the Sun. These relationships appear far too precise to be coincidental. Similar mathematical constants appear at Teotihuacan in Mexico. The dimensions of the Pyramid of the Sun incorporate measurements that relate to the exact length of the solar year and the cycles of Venus. The entire complex demonstrates a refined understanding of mathematical principles that would not be rediscovered until the Renaissance in Europe. When researchers examine the underlying knowledge required to create these mathematical relationships, they estimate that builders would need understanding equivalent to calculus and spherical trigonometry. Yet conventional history tells us these mathematical disciplines weren't developed until thousands of years after these monuments were constructed. Some of the most compelling evidence for advanced ancient mathematical knowledge comes from the architectural techniques themselves. The precision stone cutting found at sites across Peru and Bolivia shows tolerances of less than a 50th of an inch between massive blocks weighing many tons. Modern engineering struggles to explain how these perfect fits were achieved without advanced measuring tools and cutting techniques. At Puma Punku in Bolivia, enormous stone blocks were cut with such precision that a razor blade cannot fit between them. These same blocks incorporate perfect right angles, precise drill holes, and complex interlocking systems that demonstrate sophisticated three-dimensional geometric understanding. The mathematical knowledge required for such work goes far beyond what conventional history attributes to ancient cultures. The astronomical alignments incorporated into these structures provide another layer of mathematical complexity. Many ancient sites function as precise observatories, tracking not just obvious celestial events like solstices and equinoxes, but more subtle astronomical cycles that require observations spanning generations to detect. The Maya, for instance, calculated the solar year to an accuracy of 365.242 days, more precise than the Gregorian calendar we use today. Their long count calendar tracked vast cycles of time, with mathematical precision that extended millions of years into the past and future. How did they develop such accurate astronomical mathematics without telescopes or modern computational tools? Perhaps most intriguing is the global system these monuments seem to form when analyzed as a unified network. When the major ancient sites are mapped and their mathematical relationships calculated, they appear to create a precise geodesic grid spanning the entire planet. The angular relationships between sites, when measured against Earth's circumference, often yield whole number fractions like 1/7, 1/12, or 1/70th of the total planetary measure. This global pattern suggests knowledge not just of local geography, but of Earth's complete spherical geometry and precise dimensions. Conventional history tells us that accurate measurement of Earth's circumference wasn't achieved until the time of Eratosthenes in the 3rd century BCE. Yet these monuments, many built thousands of years earlier, incorporate this knowledge in their very placement. The mathematical encoding extends to the realm of music and acoustics as well. Many ancient chambers demonstrate what acousticians call resonant frequency tuning, where the dimensions create standing wave patterns that amplify specific sound frequencies. These same frequencies often correspond to musical notes in what we now call the diatonic scale, suggesting knowledge of the mathematical relationships between sound, form, and perhaps human consciousness. What emerges from this analysis is a picture of ancient builders with sophisticated mathematical understanding that challenges our conception of how knowledge develops and spreads. Either multiple civilizations independently discovered identical mathematical principles and chose to encode them in their most important structures, or some system of knowledge transfer existed that conventional history has failed to identify or acknowledge. As we continue to study these ancient monuments with increasingly sophisticated tools, the mathematical relationships become more apparent, not less. Advanced scanning technologies reveal hidden chambers and passages that further confirm the geometric precision of these structures. Computer modeling demonstrates how precisely these monuments track celestial cycles and embody mathematical constants. The question remains, how did civilizations separated by vast oceans and supposedly insuperable barriers share such precise mathematical knowledge? And why did they consistently choose to encode this knowledge in stone rather than more perishable mediums? Perhaps they understood something we are only beginning to rediscover, that certain mathematical relationships connect the fabric of reality itself, linking cosmic cycles, Earth energies, and human consciousness in ways our modern specialized sciences are only beginning to recognize. As you contemplate these mysterious mathematical connections spanning our ancient world, consider this possibility. What if these monuments were not just structures but instruments, precisely calibrated tools designed to interact with natural energies in ways we have yet to fully comprehend? And if so, what might happen when we finally decode the full mathematical message they contain? As we come to the end of this journey through time, we've witnessed coincidences that defy conventional explanation, architectural similarities across continents, technological knowledge that shouldn't have existed, and patterns recognized by ancient civilizations that still perplex us today. These historical puzzles remind us that perhaps our understanding of the past is still incomplete. The ancient world continues to whisper its secrets, connecting dots across millennia that challenge everything we thought we knew. If these historical mysteries fascinated you, don't forget to subscribe for more explorations into humanity's enigmatic past. Thank you for joining me on this quest through history's strangest coincidences. Where the conventional narrative ends is where the real adventure begins. Until next time.